Good? Good. Okay, hi, folks. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. I'm Ray Pohl, and first thing I want to do is announce our board and whether they're live or on Zoom. So if we wait just 10 seconds, I'm going to start doing roll call for everyone, okay? So present in the room, we have Angus McLeod.
Here.
Thank you, Angus. Connie Patton is present in the room.
Here.
Okay, very good. Abby Camp has just joined us.
Yes, here, present.
Here, very good. And then on Zoom, we have Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
All right, and Joe Paul.
Here.
All right, thanks. So missing at this time are Stephen Welch and Val Oliver, but we still have a quorum to be able to get moving on a lot of this stuff. So, the first thing I want to mention is it's not posted, so it can't be debated, but there's apparently some infraction. I saw it on TV. Someone painted their door aqua. Do we know about this?
Oh, not the one on Orange Street.
What? Okay, so there's someone named Nicole Kidman who apparently painted their door. They painted their door aqua. It sounds like it's on Union Street. So I want to just check up on that and make sure, it wasn't done in violation of something.
There was the electric blue one, though.
I think that may be the one.
Because I've been getting calls about that. Yeah.
So that's Nicole Kidman, and she's in violation, and we have to think of some sort of penalty. And by the way, Stephen Welch just joined us. Stephen, I'll just walk us through this, okay? Okay, so let's do a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Can somebody do that for me? Come on now.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, very good. Thank you. On that motion, Angus.
Aye.
Stephen. Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, so we have an approved agenda. Stephen, did you want to do these announcements, commission announcements?
So Surfside Crossing, we received a little bit of a clarification, which
Right.
was more of a focusing than anything else. Holly is going to set up a couple of Saturday options, and we'll get together and do that work. Joy, looking forward to it. Organizational meeting, rinse and repeat on the scheduling, and we'll move on to consents. Does anyone need to recuse?
I think I do.
Gary?
I do for one, number 16.
Gary, Joe, is Val online?
No, she's out.
She's not online. Okay, so
We're still good.
we'll do Angus, Abby, myself, Ray, and Connie. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve what? The consents? Consents.
Number 2 on the agenda. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Do we have any recusals on consent conditions?
I think I
Oh,
did.
yeah, I'm off.
Gary.
I'm good.
Joe's good. So it'll be Angus, Abby, myself, Connie, and Joe.
Oh, that's a whole page. It's a lot of consents.
Yeah. Well, we trust our members, right?
Mhm.
A motion?
I'll make that motion to approve the consent with conditions.
Okay, on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Let's see, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye. All right, we're on to new business of 9/3/2024, 5 North Pleasant Ave, Vale is not here, we'll hold that unless somebody is going to represent.
Not I.
You said somebody's going to, but I don't know who.
They may not realize how quickly we move in the early part of the evening, so we'll just hold that. Okay, 16 Overdeer Ave, add roof window, shed permits plus.
Yes, he's here. Mark is here.
Mark's here with us. And let's see, so there's this and a hardscape. So it will be regular board and let's say Joe. Mark, when you're ready, if you'd like to present.
So hard to read.
Here. Greetings. Can you hear me?
We
Can you hear me?
Yep. You go ahead when you're
Excellent.
ready.
Welcome to October 1, 2024. Let's see what happens in November. I'm here to represent the landscape designer from Off Island for a client I worked with a couple of years ago. And I would be happy to give you a presentation of what's going on here.
Mark, before you do that, we've got you on the agenda for the same address to add a roof window shed.
There's a additional item to add 2 pent roofs to a shed that was approved about a year and a half ago.
Okay, why don't we pull that up first?
Works for me.
Okay, great. And I guess it's up on the screen, so kindly direct staff to the different pages as you go through it.
Thank you. The application and proposal before you is to add additional detailing to the shed that was approved about a year and a half ago that is under construction. And the concept that the owner wants to convey is that the verticality of the shed, based on the height of the sidewalls, is something he wants to mitigate. And the attitude that he set forth here is a rendition of a photograph that he sent me and said, execute this photograph on both the elevation with the primary doors on it and the side elevation with the doors and windows. The idea essentially is to reduce the verticality on the building by adding an additional linear form on the structure.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay, great. Ray, you had this one. Why don't you begin?
Well, a few things. One, it looks like a metal roof. Is that correct, Mark?
That is correct.
Okay, metal roof. And then the other thing that this shed appears to be, so Nobody's, I'm looking at the site plan. There's a drive or something that appears to go down the side of this. Is that like, was that a yard sale type taking?
Yeah, it's a drive that accesses the primary dwelling behind the property, but they use it for access and parking off of this particular lot as well.
Okay, so the long and short is that's not a publicly traveled way.
It is not a publicly traveled way.
Okay. Well, my main concern was the metal roof.
Okay, and is it with respect to potential visibility or that's been addressed for you?
It's been addressed for me, actually. It faces back into the property.
Okay, good, thanks. Does anyone else have any concerns?
Yeah, I had a couple
Abby?
of questions.
Go ahead.
So the locus map, something says GIS map. I can't place where this is on Novadear. I just want to know how visible it's going to be. And I also had the same question about the landscaping, like where is it on that site? It's a little bit hard to read this. Oh, I was not on the
If I
microphone.
can add some clarity to this,
Go ahead, Bruce.
the last house on the left-hand side of Nobody Way before the parking lot, that is just beyond it on the east.
It's not that far away from Nowhere Beach.
Oh, so it's way down, it's
Mhm.
way
At the end of
past.
Nobody.
Yeah, way down.
Yeah, it's hard for me to comment on this because I don't know that area.
Do you want me to put somebody else on?
Sure.
Okay, why don't we put Connie on? Are you good with that?
Sure.
So it'll be, just to clarify, the board is myself, Angus, Ray, Carrie, and Connie.
I have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead, Angus.
What is the roofing material of the rest of the shed? Or,
Roofing
Structure.
material for the building that was approved is architectural shingles.
thank you. So my concern is the standing seam roof facing south towards Nobody Road. And I would be happy with this if it matched the rest of the roofing material that's on the structure.
Okay, thanks. Carrie?
I'm in agreement with Angus. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Connie?
Yeah, I am also.
Okay, roof, Mark, it looks like the die is cast on this one. Would you like to offer a revision and we can approve it, or do you want to hold to consult with your client?
No, I think the way to move forward is to agree with your consensus.
Okay. Ray, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve this application with the roofs changing from, and I can do this, the pent roofs with an Exhibit A. Pent roofs changing from standing seam metal to the same approved asphalt shingles that are on the shed and on the house.
Okay, great. On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that carries. Mark, on to the hardscape.
Okay, the hardscape plan was done from an off-island landscape company. What I have been involved in is to do two things. I have highlighted the areas where all the hardscaping is in place on this presentation. I have put together an addendum that lists the square footage or linear footage of all the materials involved in the hardscaping. And the one thing that may not be clear is the line of the site that approaches and contains along the Nobodere Avenue Road, which shows a linear stone wall and planting. The thing that probably is not clear to most of us is that anything beyond the stone wall to the road is bermed in a fashion where you will not see the actual wall from the street. The idea and the premise is that by berming the earth up and creating this 30-inch stone wall on the back side of it is to prevent a lot of the dust that's being generated on that road from entering the property.
Okay. Anything else?
No, rest of it's pretty straightforward.
Great, thank you. Concerns, who would like to begin? Penny. The board is going to be the same.
I have a question.
Gary, go ahead.
Is the fence a perimeter fence? It's 6 feet high and it's mesh.
Yes.
What are the posts and is it fully around the entire perimeter?
If you look at the addendum, you'll see that the fence is a certain amount of linear feet. And it doesn't go around the entire property by any stretch of the imagination. I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's about 137 linear feet, which is just wraps around that corner. It is your standard deer fencing, vinyl wire. The posts can be whatever you want them to be.
I'm just confused as to where it is, around the corner, which corner? There's just so much writing on this that it's really hard to see it all.
Right, I get that. If you look where the shed is,
Uh-huh.
you will see that the fence starts at the southern corner of the shed and just wraps around the corner
Okay.
of the property. It may not be clear. I'm sorry I didn't highlight that part of it. But from my personal involvement in this project, it doesn't go around the entire perimeter. Again, I think it was listed on the application or the addendum as a certain amount of linear footage that just protected the area around the shed and back down to the bluestone patio. If you need more clarification, be happy to give it. So there's, according to the document, there's 370 linear feet of 6-foot tall black wire deer fence PVC coating.
Mark, sorry for the interruption. Can you direct us, where on the page is that note again?
If you go to the bottom right-hand corner where it shows a picture of the fence, you'll see I've highlighted.
Gotcha. 370 linear feet,
Yeah,
72 inches
exactly.
tall.
Right, so it's really on the northern boundary of the property.
Is it denoted with the solid dash solid? Because I don't see that all the way around the property, but I do see it in areas that look like a fence. But that does go around all the way to the other side of the driveway.
Yes,
That's it?
yeah, I mean,
Okay, yeah, I think we're just looking for information at this point.
okay,
So guys, if you zoom in on the bottom of the page, the site plan, there is a dark dash, a long dash, short dash, long dash that goes around the property.
The whole perimeter.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does go around the whole
This
perimeter.
one,
Yeah, it looks like it goes around the entire perimeter.
it goes all the way over to here. To here. So this one.
The site plan was oriented properly,
Yeah,
drafted it, it's.
yep.
Well, does it go all the way around?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so that's the line and that's the area. Okay, who asked that question? Okay, because I thought someone had a question, I wanted to follow up, see if they had any more. No other questions? Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, was it you, Carrie?
It was me.
Okay.
I'm
Any others?
still a little unsure of what the fence is doing because it really does look like it's going around the entire perimeter of the property. And then there's hedges and the hedges on the inside of the fence rather than on both sides or the outside. So I'm just wondering what we're gonna see of that fence. Looks like.
Carrie, so if you look at the shed, obviously, as Mark was saying, it starts there and it goes towards the bottom of the page. Don't go anywhere else. Just jump your eye up to the driveway
Yep.
and you see the running bond walkway?
Yeah.
Right at the, where that arc intersects the driveway, there's a line with, that runs parallel to the driveway. That's the other end of the fence, and then it wraps around the property to connect back to the shed.
wow,
Okay.
I can barely see it now.
Okay. At this point, any other questions? And if not, Carrie, then you can go ahead and start.
Well, there's just a boatload going on this plan. There's a ton of hardscape, and it really is just a matter of the plantings at the street side. The perimeter looks like it's gonna be all hedged out on the, what is that? I guess that's the east side. So. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of information on this plan, and as long as we're not seeing as much of the perimeter fence and all the hardscaping as the plan plants seem to indicate, I think I'm okay.
Okay. Who would like to go next?
Did you say you'd like to go next?
Who would like to go next?
I could take a stab at it. I don't even know what.
Oh,
does-
Abby, I was going to go with the same board that we had on the
Oh, okay,
last one.
fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's myself, Angus, Ray, Carrie, and Connie.
You know, I'm sorry, I'm obtuse, but it still is appearing to me like that the wire fence is running right around the entire property,
I think so too, Ray.
Yeah,
okay.
except for the driveway.
except for.
A portion, except for a portion of the driveway.
Yeah, and, you know, just to be clear on this, it's right on the property line.
The hedge
Well,
is on
actually,
the inside.
Not on the,
Yeah.
not on the Nobodere Ave side. It's set back slightly. But it's, you know, I don't know, a foot away from the property line, and there's no vegetation shown on a lot of it.
Through you, the hedge is on the inside of the fence. The fence is on the outside of the hedge. And it seems to me that if anyone's doing a perimeter fence, it should be that the hedge is on the outside of it.
That was Carrie.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I just want to be recognized so we can get it in the minutes. It's going to
Thank
be
you.
difficult. Okay, Ray, you want to continue?
Well, Carrie said it well.
Okay, nothing else?
Yeah. I just, if there's going to be that extent of 6-foot-high fencing, it should be screened from the property lines.
Okay. Let's see, Angus?
We actually have a question about the driveway material. Through you
Go ahead.
to the applicant.
If you look at the addendum that I filed with the application, you'll see that the driveway material is gravel.
Thank you. So my concern has been voiced with just making sure that the fence is screened either within or behind any hedging or landscaping material.
Could we agree to disagree that we'll take the fencing out of the equation at this point?
Mark, I suggest you not do that, and the rationale there is we can approve the driveway materials and the patio materials, but the landscape materials are only going to be approved, the plant materials are only going to be approved in conjunction with the fence, and when the fence comes back, you may not be aware, but our typical procedure is that it's a minimum of 5 to 7 feet off a property line, and it is screened from public view by
Gotcha.
typically indigenous materials.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if that helps you or not, but
It helps to start getting the landscaping started and deal with that application as a revision, if you agree to that.
so just to be clear, you're talking about the patio and the driveway?
Well, we have a number of patios that are involved in this scheme, as you well see.
Sure,
have
add an S to that.
No
Right,
status or implication of the screening for the fence.
Okay. If we take the fence out, Mark, we'll be looking at the patios and the driveway.
You'll be looking at the patios in the driveway and the accessory materials on those patios, which include 2 fire pits.
Okay, and the fire pits.
Yes.
And are they permanent or are they temporary? Are they,
Oh, they're a stone feature that will be permanent.
okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, guys, let's focus on the patios, the fire pits, and the driveway materials. Does anyone have a concern with the driveway materials?
No.
Okay. Does anyone have a concern with the patio layouts?
lot of it.
I have a concern with
Angus?
thank you, with the patio fire pit that faces the Nopetier. Again, this is related to the landscaping materials, if that is going to be screened. But if we're taking away the plant material at this point, I would not be in favor of that.
Well, let me clarify. We're taking away plant material with respect to screening a fence. I just wanted to clarify for Mark, the fence goes, we're not approving plant material, and then that gets etched in stone. Obviously, if we're looking at other architectural elements, including the patio and the fire pit, and we feel that landscape mitigation, plants for visual mitigation are required, then we can chime in on that. That's our prerogative.
Right. Keep in mind that the stone wall that faces the roadway is a bermed wall so that the wall won't be seen from the street side, and we planted out, which should help mitigate or conceal the patio on the south elevation.
This is Angus again. I think it would be beneficial to have a section to sort of see how this wall relates to the street and screening the patio that faces the street.
I don't disagree.
Okay, let's see, Ray?
I think that the patio, to Angus's point on the fire pit, it's too much in the front.
Okay. Carrie?
I'm of the same mind.
Connie?
Me too.
And me too. So Mark, we're going to need a section through the site in both directions showing the architectural hardscape elements. You know, pick a spot that reasonably splits the difference. And let's see, it doesn't look like you're supported on the fire pit on the east side, I'm sorry, the north side. And I think that's it for now.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
can we suggest to Mark that he gets the landscapers to look at the fence inward of the property line with some planting screening so he can get it all at once?
I think, yes, I thought that was apparent, but yes, we can reemphasize that.
Absolutely.
Our typical is 5 to 7 feet and screened with indigenous materials, and we'll go from there. Okay, can we get a motion, please get a motion to hold for revisions and more information?
Motion to hold for revisions and more information.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, great.
Thank you.
So much. We are now on to 25 North Pasture, new dwelling. Do we have someone here to represent?
I'm going to represent the architect on this project at this point.
That was Mark Poor for the record.
I wasn't sure if you changed your voice a little bit, Mark.
Well, he's just trying to separate it out
he's-
for two different
yeah,
projects.
Freshen us up a little bit.
You like an English accent for this part of it?
Oh, yeah, that would be marvelous. Bravo. Mark, why don't you go ahead and kindly direct staff through the pages as you want to present it?
Thank you. This particular lot has been built on either side. I actually did a house on the western side about 1993. And this lot is probably one of the smallest lots in this cluster on North Pasture. And it has a lot of contour components that were involved in any of the lots that were developed there. So I did the Burnham lot to the west, the McDaniel lot. I did some renovations, so I'm very familiar with this particular lot. So what is being presented to you now is only one structure, which is the primary dwelling. And that structure is presented in the drawing. So disregard any other structure that you see on the renderings that are currently in place. So the current project has been in front of the Architectural Review Committee. They don't seem to have any real problems with it. They're looking for the HDC to essentially condone what's being presented here and make their opinion on that matter.
Okay. So the board is myself, Abby, Angus Ray, and Joe. Who would like to begin?
I can start.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of fundamental things. First and foremost is that it's got a flat roof in the sense that, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I don't think that I am. If you look at either one of the side elevations, the east or the west, what you have is a roof that goes up at an 8.5 and 12, and then it flattens out for reasons that I can't really understand. So that's the biggest concern. And then sort of secondary concerns would be the square columns are 12 inches square, which is very, very large for this kind of rural context. And then my usual pet peeve is that the eave under those porches does not have a supporting beam that spans between the posts.
A lintel?
What?
A
Mark?
lintel?
Well, a beam, not a lintel per se, but, a beam that would be underneath of the eave.
Mark,
Right, that would be a lintel in my.
Oh, it would present as a fascia. It's going to have like a separate.
It would, but
be a
it's called a
wrapping.
lintel.
Well, we're not building Stonehenge here, so I'm going to continue to call it a beam. The ovaloid windows, depending on visibility, but other than that, I think it's fine. And the roof pitch thing, the flat roof thing can be easily remedied. That's it for me.
Thanks, Ray. Angus,
I'm still studying it. Thank you.
Abby?
Yeah, I didn't see what Ray saw, so I'm
Look
glad.
at either one of the sides, east or west, and then look right where the chimneys are, and you see the roof just flattens out. Doesn't come to a point.
Well, when I first looked at this, it doesn't look quite like Nantucket to me, but that's not to say you can't have it on North Pasture, because I think there's a combination of things out there for streetscape. I mean, in general, I think it seems nicely proportioned. But I don't want to have an anomaly such that Ray pointed out. Just looking at some of the details. So applied stone chimney, that just means they're cement with a veneer of
It's
stone?
stone veneer.
I think it's a little artificial I mean, we're out in the country here, so maybe something a little more naturalistic, instead of like an applied veneer stone.
Would you like it white like the Gwyn Thorson chimneys that are out there?
Mark,
Oh.
Mark, please, I want to prevent the back and forth. We've got like 170,000 items on our agenda.
Understood, sorry.
Yeah, no, nothing personal, just we got to move along here. Abby?
Yeah.
So those are your concerns?
Yes, I think they look a little faux. Well, they are faux.
Oh, okay. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, hi. I noticed what Ray noticed, and I'm looking at the north elevation, and it makes me want to just erase that, we'll call it that flat roofed gable element that projects up above the two forward facing gables, because it doesn't seem to, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not it provides any function, but it makes the building unnecessarily tall. I think that the H shape plan with the gable forward with the connecting mass between them, we see a lot on Nantucket. And I agree that the proportions of this feel nice, but it feels like that element complicates not just the front, but the side where this thing pops through. The shed dormer is peculiar. And the other thing, like when you're looking at the west elevation that you have up on the screen, the dormer that we see this thing popping out of is set back from the eave of the mass that it's in. But if you look at the north elevation, if you don't mind toggling to the north, which is the front, well, yeah, it's the other direction. Yeah, there you go. Those dormers, if you look at the shed dormers that are on the gable, those dormers are flush with the right-hand side. Now, if you go down one page to the side view of those dormers are way up high on it.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
now if looking at the side elevation, you've got a side view of these decks that are in the back. And if you go down one more elevation to the rear elevation, the decks have, I don't know, they look like they were curved when I look at this rendering, but in plan, they're square. And I don't want to be too nitpicky because I feel like visibility is questionable. So the rear of this, but I think that there are a lot of drawing incongruencies, if that's a word, that I think should be corrected, and I think that would help. And I guess just generally speaking, from what I can ascertain, the existing elevation of where this house is going to be is elevation 88, and the finished floor is at 92, which is 4 feet above grade. Might be fine, but it feels a little bit like it's not working with the contours, in my opinion. So I would just ask the applicant to go back and take a closer look at the relationship between the elevations here, because I think it's making some parts of the drawing read as more confusing than intended. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Angus, anything?
So that's what I was looking at, and I was trying to make sense of the drawings because there were those inconsistencies. Thank you for mentioning all that, Joe. I agree. My concern is in relation to the height that we're looking at proposal at the highest part of the lot, and then going up from there, as Joe has mentioned. So I'd like to see this come down and either eliminate the upper gable or at least bring those gable ends back to the opposing double gables, and show the dormers correctly, whether they're back, which I think is preferable. But it ends up leaving a large blank area of wall between those windows underneath those east and west gables. So I would be happy to make a motion to,
Yeah, Angus, you're going to need to hold up.
oh, there's still another, never mind.
Sarah Alger has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can, go ahead.
I don't want to contradict Mr. Poor, but I don't want to contradict Mr. Poor, but I represent the North Pasture Association Homeowners Association Trust, which also acts as the Architectural Review Committee. And the committee is working with Mr. Trawick on his plans, but they're far from satisfied with the plans and what they've seen so far. There are a lot of concerns. I hadn't actually planned to speak at this particular meeting because we're still going kind of back and forth, but I agree with everything that's been said. The plans, unfortunately, we've seen have been incomplete and inconsistent with information missing. They're very hard to read and follow. I'm only going to address my comments to that main dwelling. The other structures have a lot of concerns too, but as far as the main structure goes, we're very concerned about the amount of grading and fill that's going to be put in, and we want to understand what the final height of this structure is going to be. We feel that the existing I don't know if streetscape isn't the right word, but houses in North Pasture and in this rural landscape are generally kept fairly low. And this one, it seems like it's being popped up out of the landscape. And then on top of that is quite high. So we'd be looking to you to bring that down and to clarify how much fill and grading is going to be done, since height will be should be measured from what's existing grade and not finished grade. We're also concerned about all the minutia, like the color of the trim, the overall size of the structure, and also the extent of the clearing that's being done, and whether that make elements visible that wouldn't maybe otherwise be visible. And the ARC has really focused its reviews on keeping as much of that natural landscape as possible. So we'll be following your comments and making our own as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Mark, so for me, looking at the application, there's an 8'4" change in grade. And so we need to see along those lines and other people's concerns, a cross section in both directions of the site that show the existing, I understand there's cross sections in these elevations, that show the existing as compared to the proposed, keyed with the section lines keyed to a site plan, with a site plan that indicates the existing versus the proposed, so we can map that out in our minds. With respect to the elevations, I think your south and north elevations generally have the overall massing correct. This is without regard to the fact that this is propped up so high on the site. Other than that, on these elevations and all the two other elevations, many of the features are atypical and inappropriate. For instance, on the north elevation, the spacing of the posts, the fenestration, other elements along those lines. I would suggest that the architect who drew these up would want to refer to the rule guidelines in building with Nantucket in mind. And I also want to point out for you to please pass on to them that one of the HCC best practices adopted back in November of last year, I believe it was, 22 already. Look how the time flies when you're having fun. Is that there would be material modifications within 3 hearings to avoid a negative vote, a denial rather. And if a denial were to happen because of such modifications weren't made, the application would not be able to return in material form as it was for 2 years.
Understood.
So that's kind of where we are now. Why don't we get a motion to hold for revisions and additional information with height and grade being of paramount concern? Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thanks, Mark.
Thank you for your consideration.
Sure. We're going to move on to 8 Maple Lane. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Well, how are you, Stephen?
Well, thanks. Why don't you, once staff's got this up, why don't you kindly direct them through the presentation?
Great. Hi, everyone. This is a project on 8 Maple Lane, which is off of Rugged Road. It's a pretty new subdivision. There's an existing 4 houses that exist now, and another one is being built at the end of the cul-de-sac, which is to the east of this current one. This is one of a few lots that are left. And this was actually designed, I don't know if it's important or not, this is by Luke Thornwell designed this. We basically modularized it, for lack of better terms, on our drawings. And so just some key factors to this. Kept the height at 26 feet on the overall height at its highest. Additive massing was important to the client along with the architect. We tried to, for the ridge lines as well, add a foot in between the ridge lines. The rear is 18 feet 5 inches on the rear massing. And they have white windows. We have obviously natural cedar shingle. We have a red cedar roof that's going on this as well. White trim, mahogany decking. And one thing I did want to address, just in case it's of a concern at all, the driveway, so the existing subdivision is brick, and the sidewalks are in, everything. When the applicant had bought, when the homeowner had bought the original property, I didn't realize the house that is currently being constructed at the end of the cul-de-sac was going to be as close as it was. It's within 10 feet of the property line on the right side. So what they ended up doing is they put the garage, which was previously approved through HDC, on the east side, and they're going to have a winding driveway kind of coming in just to create a little more separation from the structure that's currently being built on the side of it. And that will be in later as far as a hardscaping landscape plan at any current point. I think it's Anderson 400 windows, and I look forward to your comments.
Okay, thanks, great. Ray, you had this, you want to start?
I didn't.
You didn't? I thought you did.
So I think there was Stephen, you had it a few weeks ago, and then for some reason it showed up on the agenda that Ray had
I did
it
have
this
it.
week.
You know what? Sorry, I did have it. But the funny thing is, I have no concerns.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I have some.
Okay, well, Abby, I guess since we're here for concerns, why don't we have you start?
Okay, so Abby Camp, I think the left-hand mass overwhelms the building, and I wish that could be dropped. It also is very close, almost flush to the main mass, and if that was pushed back, I think that would read a lot more like an additive mass. Instead, it just looks like it's a couple of feet almost flush. Those are my main concerns. So I'll just stop there.
Okay, and just to be clarified, the board is myself, Abby Angus, Ray, and Carrie.
I did think a chimney.
No, I have to sit off of this.
Okay, so not Carrie, Connie. Thank you, Abby.
I did say a chimney.
Yeah, I'm with you on the chimney. I was going to emphasize that later. Let's see, either Connie or Angus?
I'm happy to go ahead.
Go ahead.
I have the same concerns. One of the core pieces of guidance with building with Nantucket in mind is additive massing. And what would be subordinate to the left of the main gable is nearly the same height and nearly flush with the main mass. So I think that needs to come down a few feet in order for it to read as additive, and probably step back more. The flush dormer on the facade, I think, could be softened by a porch or some other element. Otherwise, I'd rather see the dormer pushed back from the eave. I have a concern with the front doors being glass, and they're reading more like French doors with the long glass. And also I would probably differentiate the one off to the side on the right side, maybe could be a little bit higher glass, more panel, and then the front door be more of a typical 4-6 panel or something. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I agree with what's being said, and was also kind of mentioned the chimney. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Chris, I'm in general agreement with what's been said. I'm a little more specific on your, let's see, your west side, that secondary mass, I think needs to go back. It needs to come down to the roughly at least 2/3 its current height and about half its width, although I have absolutely no concerns about it turning a corner and going back. So it's not that you need to lose the square footage, it's just that it needs to be reorganized. And on the right side, I think my concern at this point is that it's relative to the left side, again, looking at your front elevation, is that it's very low slung and longish. And that may change depending on what happens on the left side, but I think it's probably going to be a little too low slung and a little too longish. I don't believe it needs to be symmetrical, but I think there needs to be a better balance. And those were my concerns. Do we want to, any questions?
If possible, thank you.
Yeah. Oh,
Mr.
and
Chair.
chimneys.
Chimney, okay.
I'm good with one, but if that low slung building is going to be there, maybe I'm thinking another one.
Is it?
Go ahead.
So just to address the initial, so the single, we'll call it the single story massing on the northeast right elevation. If I raised that to a 712, and I have the ability to probably separate those windows to make them look very similar on that shed. I don't know if that would help in that regard. The chimney, are we able to just do the cap versus the full all the way off the back? Just kind of have an internal chimney, and just the top of it would be a question. And then as far as we'll call it the main massing, just the differential with the ridge lines, where we have basically a 912, just because we were trying to keep the height low, which, we're at 26 feet. Is there concern about us raising the main massing from a 9 to a 10 to just create a little more separation from the secondary massing on the side that you want us to lower, just from like a spatial perspective, so I don't lose too much?
Sure. I think the easiest way to facilitate this, because I'm not going to speak for the board, is I'll lay out some lines. Chimneys, excuse me. Chimneys typically masonry that's exposed, even if it's a veneer and it needs to look realish. Does anyone have a concern with that comment? The lower slung structure, aside from people who didn't have a concern with it, I would suggest a change in roof pitch is probably not going to make the modification required, depending on what happens on the left side.
Okay.
Is that a generally fair comment? No one, okay. And then raising the height of the main structure, I don't think is, I don't know, you have some space. I don't think anyone would begrudge you that, but raising it in order to affect the approval of the rest of the design, I don't think is going to wash. Is that fair?
Could I?
Can we finish just
Sure.
to facilitate?
Yes.
Is that a fair comment? Okay. Abby, go ahead.
Well, my concern about the left-hand side is that it's overwhelming that small mass, which seems really well proportioned. And then it seems like a blockade that doesn't, it should be subordinate to that gable forward. So I think dropping that would be my main concern.
Okay.
Because it's just sort of overwhelming that left side and the front facade.
It's the left side that's the biggest concern, and then making him a little better balance. Angus?
Could you please scroll to the left elevation, the southwest? So, not to design at the table, but I feel like if this ends up coming down more this height, and as Stephen has suggested, it could then return and then go towards the back with the bathroom or whatever, but the main thing is getting that gable down, and then use your square footage going back from that But right now, it's so high on the left and so low on the right that they both call attention to each other in relation to the main mass.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Actually, we're all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we are now going to move on to, for you folks at home eating popcorn, 5 Crow's Nest Way, 81 Cliff Road ×2, and 76 Orange are on hold for the applicant. Do we have any abutters?
Good
Anyone raise
question.
your hands? Nothing? Okay. Let's see. So that moves us to 28 Orange Street, change chimney color. Looks like Carrie is in on the changing the chimney color. And regular board. Hey, Matt, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Chair. So with your permission, I'll just run through it real quick.
Yeah, please.
So we're proposing, the recent approval actually dates back about 1 year, was with a white chimney. The masons rebuilt the chimney, and they were hoping to keep them as natural, based on the historic photos that we found that are included in the application. They're actually doing a pretty thorough and historically accurate renovation, and they just thought that because it was originally that way, and we have all that historic documentation, they'd love to keep it natural. I also had one other question, which is not in the application, which is related to the parapet that the board approved. It's kind of a separate issue or question, but I thought I could maybe kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save you an application if possible. Is that okay to discuss that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So with the existing timber or the existing rafter system, the blocking for the parapet, so the parapet was originally there. We took historic photographs and were able to basically recreate it, and the board approved the parapet. Because of the existing framing location, the contractor has asked if we could make an adjustment to the spacing in terms of the dimensions of the actual parapet. And I have some drawings that I could pass out because they align more closely with the existing framing. And so
Yeah, hold on a
drawings
second,
I
Matt.
can show them.
Right.
Well, this isn't part of the application.
Yeah, that's,
It
And
is,
Matt, I don't want to thwart you,
sure.
but it's not actually part of the application.
It's not, and that's
So
why.
what you'd be asking for is our opinion rather than our official vote that something's okay, which I would caution you against,
Yeah,
if you know what I'm saying.
okay. So
You just want
submit it.
our opinion?
Yes, if that's possible. I mean, if you think it's going to
So,
undermine the
like,
application, or if it's
Yeah.
going to confuse things or
Matt,
not.
we didn't get to the point in the process where I understood that it was not part of.
It was not
directly.
part of this
So what I
application.
would suggest is hold on that, because what may happen is when you bring it in, you're getting opinions from a board that is not the board who's sitting on this particular application, and it could change.
Is it going to
depending
be
on
like
who's
a,
sitting.
it's going to be a changing of the guard that I don't know
Any
of or
given
something?
Tuesday, you don't know who it's gonna be. So why don't we proceed with that?
Just the color? Sure.
yeah.
That's all I have,
That's it.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions on the color? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Tupper Folger House, and individually significant per our HDC survey on file. Some records actually even indicate that it's down to 1755, but HDC survey says 1775 as well. By Dr. Benjamin Tupper, and it was expanded in 1827 by Thomas Folger, who was a master mariner. This structure has been documented by NPT as well as HABS. Last year, staff approved a like-kind replacement of the roof walk and the chimneys to the roof line, white with black corbelling, as it had been previously. The approval specifically annotated that as-built condition of the chimney. I appreciate the photos in the application to show that it was natural. I think the one photo shows a little bit darker than the other. You can be convinced that it was not black. But given the significance of this dwelling and its original occupier, who Benjamin Tupper had some prominence during the American Revolution. If you haven't read the information included in the packet, I think it's pretty cool. So with that, I just wanted to mention that this application originally came through staff. Staff obviously cannot approve any changes, so it's before you this evening. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Is Mickey's group here? Yeah. Mickey, do you have anything to add?
No, we have no concerns.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
Sure.
Ray?
Angus,
Abby-
did you have concerns? I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Then I move to approve as submitted.
Let's see. On your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Oh,
You're kidding already?
I was just
Yeah.
getting ready. I was just
I was
getting into
gonna-
it.
I'm getting ready to say, if we get through number 13 on 917, we can go home.
917.
What?
I think that's doable.
That's, now,
Parkinson's law.
I do have to leave at 6.
I'm going to take that back.
What happened?
All right.
10-minute break, you said?
10 minute, please. and we get more
Oh,
efficient.
keep up in the ante.
And then we're out.
We're at 12 New Street now, right?
12, yes. Hollywood, back up?
We are back on.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everyone. It is 5:12, and we are on, 28 Orange Street, under new business of 9-3.
Oh, no, we did that. It's 12 New. Next one.
Oh, I looked at 12 new and said 28 Orange. Now this is Self. Is Laura with us? Represented by Self.
And it's too bad because there's just not enough information here. I would love it if this little,
Okay, so we'll monitor her, and before we move on, we will check to see if Five Mattapoisett had somebody show up
oh, right.
to represent. Anyone? Hands raised or speak up politely? Okay. No takers. 19 Fairgrounds. Reed? Good evening. So your board is going to be, I think we're back to Carrie.
So, Mr. Chair, before we get started, I just had a question. I'm here representing two applications. This one is a move on. The preceding one is the demo move off. Would you prefer to refer
Yes.
to them as one
Let's
conversation?
flip flop. I'd like to flip flop them actually.
Okay.
And then the first might bleed into the second, but typically not.
Okay.
So we're going to pick up 2 Nobody Way, move off to 19 Fairgrounds.
All right. So, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead and kindly direct staff through the pages.
So this is my first application of this type, so if I'm using improper terminology, please forgive me. But basically, I'm here tonight requesting a approval for a demo / move off on an existing one-story dwelling. This is, to my records, a structure that was built in the 1960s. It's a single-story ranch-style home. It is in quite a state of disrepair, as you'll see from some of the existing photos, and given the other structures that were approved, previously approved, and you also see that that duplex is already constructed, currently in the location of necessary parking. Not to mention, this would be, or there would be 4 dwellings, which is not allowed if this were to stay. So not to bleed the next application in too much, but my client's preference would be to take this structure and move it onto 19 Fairgrounds Road to preserve it and to fix it up at that location. Nothing about the structure would be changing, but on that application, but I'll wait until that one. So until then, those are my comments regarding this property.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
Could we approve it, given that you're trying to move it onto this other piece of property that we're about to give you an approval on? Are you okay with just a move off at this point?
So if I could get just some clarification so if it's just to move off, if they were, I guess is that we would have to come back if they need to demo it, or how does that application work?
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be the way.
yeah, you'd have to come back to the HDC, but you might have to come back through the whole process, which is now close to a little over a year. So I would suggest, because they would have to re-advertise for a demo if they advertise for a move off.
Well, we advertised for a demolition. We haven't heard,
Yeah, you're gonna have to look into that at the building department, because there was a article that was posted for town meeting, which was the demo delay. In essence, it was approved and it's it's in effect now. So the period has been elongated. My point is to mention that to you, but so you have the current language, which is not in the E-code yet, I don't believe, but it will be shortly, because the town clerk's office is on top of that stuff really well. It's that you need to reference it to understand the process, because it's changed. And that it would probably make more sense for us to make a decision now, because otherwise they've got to come back.
No, I forgot about that, sorry.
And Mr. Chair, I did have
Yeah.
some comments.
Holly, that's great. Let me just make sure, Ray, you're good with that?
Totally, yes.
Okay. Holly, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Nobodere Way is a 12-lot subdivision that was established in the 1950s, 1960s, mostly during Cold War. I believe it was associated with the airport. And while I appreciate this proposal is to relocate an existing structure, thank you very much for not being a demo. It would be one of the first that I'm aware of out of this 12-lot subdivision from the 50s, 60s. I was more or less concerned on that context change. This subdivision, just for the commissions to notate, the subdivision was identified as a subdivision to survey within our historic structures survey plan that we've created for the local and national historic district, now that we're a CRG. And as your preservation planner, I would be remiss if I didn't mention any of this through this review. So I appreciate this being reviewed before you. Understanding that this, as the applicant just mentioned, that I guess there's already a duplex that was already approved on this lot?
And it's actually already constructed. You can see it in that top left photo there, the structure that was on the right.
Okay. Anything else, Holly?
That was my comment. I just wanted to, there are aerials back of the old airport before I think it became the Nantucket Memorial Airport that shows this subdivision back into the 50s. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Appreciate it. So let's see, who would like to begin on this?
I'm happy to go ahead and
Angus,
begin.
go ahead.
So I would, I'm happy as well to see this being moved as opposed to an application for a demo. And the only thing that I would ask is to have the 1960 date added to the original date on the application. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, who's next?
I'll go.
Carrie.
I'm glad to see this move. I don't think there are any redeeming architect features that means it has to stay in this place. So move on.
Okay. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, Abby Camp, I'll go along with my co-commissioners.
Okay. Ray, did you want to add anything?
Well, I guess I'm confused about the new demo policy.
I think it's 6 months.
No, it's a year.
Well, in totality, it extends because there's a different process in place. So an HDC certificate of appropriateness is involved and so on and so forth. So depending on how long it takes to get through an HDC review, there's an interval of time. And then there's intervals of time that have been extended within the declarative portion of the bylaw of this many days between certain events and this many days between certain events. So some of it is crystal clear and some of it depends on how long it takes you to get your application in and then be heard. Not necessarily just hearings, but that.
So my view is, what if he can't move it because it's conditioned? Is he being penalized by us not approving a demo at this point?
I think.
Penalized from a time perspective.
I would suggest yes, and I would further suggest that I think it is appropriate to have area plans and forecast in advance to people who own or buy property that certain areas are deemed to be protected due to the guidelines of the plan. So for instance, if we had a subdivision area, let's talk about Hooper Farm Road, ranch style structures. We, the HCC, felt that it was appropriate to preserve those as a ranch overlay district because of it's a corridor, it's widely traveled, it has historic integrity, so on and so forth. We would have hearings, we would have discussions, we would get community feedback, we would make a determination. I think that's a fair way to proceed. I'm concerned about proceeding here where we say, well, you can't have a demo. I'm not insensitive to Holly's comments, but I am also sensitive to property rights. And I'm concerned that we make a determination that you can't demo this because it's in an area with other like homes. When a new home is built, we don't make it look like the house next door anymore. So we're having a kind of an arbitrary standard with these structures by making anyone who puts in a modified structure or a new structure, it would seem to be that we're saying because you can't demo this, you can't move it off, it has to be the same. I think that there's a variety of potential conflicts by not allowing a demo, and yes, we will be delaying process. I think we need to rule on whether we think a demo is appropriate after the move off process is exhausted, because it is a dwelling. It has to go through the move off process. If no one wants it, if it can't be moved, then it would be subject to demo.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a clarification?
Read just a second. Let's just let everybody kind of internally process if they have any questions or comments or other thoughts.
I'm okay with a potential demo as well. As I said, I do not think this has serious architectural redeeming qualities. I don't think simply because it's in a neighborhood of like buildings is an issue anymore because there's all of a sudden a 2-story house behind it. So the fact that, this neighborhood was all once 1 story, it's already got a 2-story building on it and it's behind it. So that's my thinking.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
I want to clarify and what my my previous statement, and also state what might be the obvious. Okay, so my preference, of course, would be to move this. To Stephen's point, I wouldn't want to not give you a demo if that's the route that you need to take and you're being penalized in terms of your timing by having to come back. Now, the other thing that I'll say is in terms of demo move off, we all know what dump fees are out here, and the cost to demolish a house and bring it to the dump is quite expensive. And I think that that is a good disincentivizer to the demo process if there any other route is available. So in your particular case, you'd be saving money if you were able to move this thing off rather than take it to the dump. So in a certain way, money is talking in terms of which avenue you would prefer to pursue. So having said all that, I think that I would be okay with a demo move off, and that I believe is what was submitted for here.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, Angus or Abby, anything to add or?
Well, I mean, and I'm not really going to talk about the wider issue of the waste and environmental effects of demolition and the need for construction, for building space here. But on this application, the following application is for the place for this, where this is intended to be moved to. So I guess my question to the applicant through the chair is that application genuine, or is it something else? Because why would we be talking about demolition if we already have an application for where this is getting moved to?
Can I answer that question through you?
You may. I don't know that you have to, but you may.
If I were to, it would be extending probably beyond what my client would give me authority to do so. So if you feel I don't have to answer it, then I won't. But if you would like an effort, I can make one.
Yeah, well, Reed, I think my point is, we're taking at face value the intentions of the individuals who put in an application. So I'm not going to question that. I hope that it is genuine, but I'm not, I know no one has a crystal ball, and something happens, it may not go there, but that's all. I think that's sufficient. Okay, Abby, you were good with it. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And we're going to have the same board for the next one.
Can I cut to the chase?
Yeah, please.
Well, I reviewed it and, you know, it looks fine. So I would, as chair, could you just see if anybody has any objections that they want,
Yeah,
or concerns, you know, that they want to?
Ray would like to move this along,
I
having viewed
would,
it,
actually,
and he is confident that it is appropriate. Does anyone have any concerns? Has everyone, I presume everyone has previewed the application and is ready to answer if they have a concern. No concerns?
I'm good.
I just have one quick question though, sorry.
Go ahead, Carrie.
I imagine the driveway is now moving to the right because the house is now sitting in the driveway.
Through you, can I
Yeah,
answer?
Reed?
Yes, there was a parking plan that was submitted supplemental after the initial submission of the application, which shows a shared drive between 19 and I believe it is 17 to the right of that. So the driveway is to the right, yes. Half of the parking, or the parking will be to the rear of that existing dwelling, behind the one that would be moved.
Thanks.
Yep.
And any concerns along with that answer, or you're good, Carrie?
Good.
I just like the vegetation, so any vegetation you could keep while you're doing all this shuffling around would be great.
Okay. Reed, is that, are you aware of that being a possibility?
Of which aspect?
Retaining the
Oh,
vegetation
yes,
at
sure.
19? Okay. So Abby, your motion is to approve the move on and retain as much of the existing vegetation as reasonably possible?
That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We're going to move to Lindsay, 3 Austin Farm, Pool Hardscape.
I think that one was actually already, it wasn't?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going with what's on my agenda. Not my personal agenda, the HTC agenda.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just to clarify, I think that everybody knows
I
that.
hope you have a more exciting agenda.
Okay, Lindsay, why don't you kindly walk staff through your presentation?
Yep, so pool back of the house, the cabana's already been approved. So I think the cabana does a lot of the screening, and then there's already some existing evergreens along the road, which will plug, our goal is to plug in any gaps. And then we do have some evergreens kind of tighter to the structure itself in the pool, which will also provide screening. There's already evergreens there, so I don't think we're introducing anything that's different from a plant standpoint. I think it'll be hard to see.
Okay, thank you. So your board is going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe, I believe. Did I get that right? No,
And I
Connie.
think the cabana was on consent.
I think it's Connie. Sorry. Okay, concerns?
Is that to the board?
Yep.
I have none.
Anyone else?
Nope.
No.
So, Lindsay, I have a concern with visibility from the roadway. I know it's in the distance, but this is going to be higher than the roadway by a few feet, and in some instances, several feet. And it looks like you got a straight line view underneath the tree at the rear right corner of the building as you're facing it. What is that plant material? It says an 8-inch tree. I presume that's the caliper, not the height.
Those are evergreens. So 8-foot tall evergreens.
Okay, great. Thank you. That addresses my concern. Do we have a motion?
Can we ask him if they are the kind we do not like? What kind of evergreens are those?
They're Leland cypress. That's what we have already. They already exist all along the.
But we don't like those.
They could be arborvitaes.
Can you
if
please
like.
just keep them pruned, top them and shear them so they look like an evergreen privet?
Yeah.
Instead of that'd be marvelous in my book.
To your
Abby?
point about the view from Austin Farm, is there any way, well, we have the proviso,
Yeah.
but yeah, you might want to add vegetation so that's not seen
Not
from the.
visible.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the proviso that it will not be seen from Austin Farm Drive at the time of inspection
Or thereafter,
in perpetuity.
forevermore. Okay, on your, let's see, everyone is here. No, wait. Yeah, Connie, everyone is here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We're moving rapidly on to 7A New Lane.
We're gonna hold that one.
Okay, 39A Milk. Before we move on, 7A New Lane, Holly, can you confirm or correct, is there anyone in the butters in the queue?
I'm aware of who their hand raised.
Okay, if anyone's here for 7A New Lane, please raise your hand. Okay, so we're gonna move on to 39A. Milk.
39A, yeah.
This is outside the ROH, right?
Just like a few houses.
So,
Board is going to be regular members and Joe.
so
Go
this
ahead.
application, it's just a spa because because of the lot size, and also, due to its location, they can't have a pool. So, we're proposing a 6x10 spa. Now, if the board prefers, it could actually slide further behind the structure, to go kind of centered on that rear deck, if you like, just to get it a little further back there. I think client's kind of leaning towards that direction anyway, so I figured you guys might like that better.
He's making our motion.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lindsay. Holly, did you have anything on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So although this lot is outside of the old HD, I can't talk today, sorry. The house that's associated with this is actually contributing structure, historic.
Rope maker.
Yeah, rope maker. You did your homework. A lean-to from 1790, 4-bay typical Nantucket, as we would call it. I had concern with the coping and the material around for the patio. I think brick is more appropriate with the vintage of this dwelling, not bluestone. The coping should be also pulled back, so I'm glad to hear there's the request from the owner to move it back so there'd be hardly any visibility. But again, I think the material should be in keeping with the historic structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
Sort of. This is actually just outside of our map zone, but if it were within it, we would not be in favor of it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, gotcha, thanks. Let's see. Who would like to begin?
I can.
Right.
So although I, agree with the conceptual idea of the brick, two things on that. One, the idea is that this is not going to be seen. That's number one. Number two, one thing I have too much personal experience with is that when brick is wet, it's very, very slippery. And I have a brick drive, and whenever it rains, I slip and slide all over the place. So, having brick around a, water body like that isn't my first choice. But sort of beyond that, I don't think this is going to be visible. Pushing it, behind the building is a nice idea. The back lot line, does taper, so you'd have to take up the slack somehow. It'd have
Yeah,
to get
we've done it, and it does, you can actually center it on that rear deck, and it still abides by setbacks. It gets it completely.
Same size, everything?
Same size,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, well, then yes to that. But that's it for me.
Okay, anyone else?
This is Joe speaking. If you don't mind, I could go.
No, please.
Yeah, I have no concerns due to lack of visibility with the client's suggestion, or excuse me, the applicant's suggestion to slide that spa over. My only concern was you might be able to see it along the side of the property, but if it's slid over, I don't think that the material that it sits on or is surrounded by will have any, I don't think you'll see it. So I'm fine with it as is. But once it's slid over, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like no concerns, and you get to save the propane tank.
I have a few concerns that I
sorry.
might vote no.
Go ahead.
It just that it's not
Abby.
so much the spa, and it's just that it is an antique house. Brick is, I understand what Ray was saying. It's just that it's very hard cornered, hardscaped. So I don't think it relates back to the house. So it's not the spa per se. It's just that it doesn't, it's sort of opposed to the being an old house. So it looks a little harsh to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go, I'm with Ray on the brick, having managed communities. That is a big no-no. And also, I just want to point out, I have no involvement in this property. I used to. And there are bluestone pathways there's a bluestone landing in the front step. There's bluestone pathways on the northwest side and on the east side. And you cannot see the back of the structure from anywhere. And you cannot see the patio from Saratoga. It's raised probably 20 feet above Saratoga. So I'm okay with this as it is. I'm okay with it as it is. I prefer it with it moved over just for the sake of having it be moved over behind the deck. What would we like to do, folks?
I have a question.
Oh, Angus, go ahead.
And that is where the equipment is for it.
Yep. So there's in the, if you pull the plan back up. So right next to the AC condenser is kind of like tucked in that spot over there.
So between the stair
Yeah.
and the
That's
AC
why we
unit?
propose like a fence going across there so you don't see back in there.
Okay, and I'm good with it moving over. I'm not sure all the way over, but is there going to be like an Exhibit A showing where this is going to be located?
I think we can make one if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can also, if you want to do it, I can redraw it and go through staff.
I think an Exhibit A is fine. It solves for multiple variables and issues, including extra work for staff.
Okay.
And just to be clear, we're saying what you're proposing to center the pool on the deck, the rear deck steps, or align?
The rear deck steps.
Okay, and Angus, is that going to work with you or not?
I was thinking about aligning the east side of the spa coping to the east side of the existing or proposed patio. Just so that it isn't squeezed all the way over to the west side, because it looks like there's more space between buildings over on that side.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Angus's Exhibit A. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Oh, I'm a no.
A no. For the record, Abby Camp's a no. Ray? Aye. Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. Now we are on to 16 Polywog. Oh, it's the Lindsay hour here. You know the drill, Lindsay.
Yep, so it's pool and a spa. It's backside of the house. We try to shove it directly into the back so that it's the least visible. We're proposing, fence on both sides with gates for lack of visibility. And we kind of push a little further back because I think down the line there's going to be, he'll add on a little bit to the structure. So that's why we've located it where we did. That's
it? Okay, who would like to state their concerns? The board is going to be regular members and Carrie. Okay, please identify yourself. Hi, Mary.
Hi, this is Mary Longacre. I'm at 18 Polywog, directly right, looking at the diagram. west of this property. And if the board has comments, that it would be helpful to me to hear those first before I speak.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, well, I have some questions. I did approach the homeowners and they declined to offer any additional information. I don't see where the pool equipment is on this. And I haven't been in front of HTC for about 30 years, so it says future shed or with pergola on the left-hand side there. I didn't know if that meant that it was part of this or if it was included in a later application. It looks like only the patio itself is in the red bubble, so is the shed not included? And then I have a further comment about the privet, if perhaps those two questions can be answered.
Sure. Mary, so the shed is not part of this application, and the pool equipment is located to the left of the shed as you're facing.
Oh, I see it. Thank
Looking
you.
at the drawing.
Yep.
And it looks like they're proposing to put that within a fence of what style, Lindsay?
Cedar board.
No, that's fine. I don't have any further question on that. So
Okay.
There's privet shown surrounding the entire backyard. There is no privet currently on the lot. There is a privet head on the western edge, or I should say on the eastern edge of my lot, which is next to the western edge of their lot. So I wanted to make sure that the members were aware, if they did a site viewing, the privet that exists is on 18, not on 16. And I had mentioned to the homeowners when I got my notification that I had plans to remove some of the privet. And I didn't know if that would be part of your discussion. I've obviously wanted to make sure that my privet would not be required to satisfy their screening requirements. So I'm just a little bit unsure how my plans will be affected if you approve this plan without the knowledge that some of the screening that you might anticipate if you did a site visit may not continue to be there. For your information, I guess.
Thank you, Mary. So you've solved for that problem. We're now aware of it, and we'll be addressing visibility as part of our typical approval process. With respect to privet on the property line or on your property or on their property, it would be as you would suspect. If it's on your property, it's yours to do what you will. If it's on theirs, it's for them to do what they will, unless, of course, the HDC conditions an approval on it being retained and maintained, and then they're abiding to that. If it splits the line under law, you're both responsible to address it with an agreement. Does that help answer any questions you have?
Yes, thank you. Mainly, I wanted to make sure that you were aware of the current situation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ray, did you want to add anything?
Well, I just wanted to point something out. It's kind of a subtle thing, but with regard to the privet, it shows all the way around three sides of the property. But if you look at the diagram more carefully, there's a darker green that is completely on this property. And I'm assuming, Lindsay, that that's new privet that you're planning on your property.
Yeah, a lot of that is new privet.
Okay, and then the stuff that's lighter isn't really screening the pool at all. It's just the stuff that's around the back of the house. So I just wanted to point that out.
It's all intended to be new.
Okay,
So.
thanks.
Thanks, Ray.
So,
Question.
Abby?
Did somebody mention a fence? Because I don't see it on the.
I didn't hear fence.
There should be a fence located on either side of those gates, on either side of the house, a type 2 picket.
Oh,
With the gate included?
Yeah.
So it's a, yeah.
Yeah, because I know that privet typically doesn't count, so maybe she didn't call it out, but it should be there.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Do we want to decide what we want to do?
Well, can I go?
Yeah, please.
My only concern is that the patio seems to bleed pretty far into the setback, mostly at the rear of the property, and I would prefer to see that not so far into the setback. I just don't think it's fair. to neighbors to, if extra screening were needed on that rear line. I don't know. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Let's see. Ray, you spoke. Do you have any other
I'm,
comments?
no, I'm fine. I'm good with
Angus?
I was going to mention the same thing as Carrie, just the extent of hardscaping in the back, the amount of bluestone. I would be much more comfortable with it ending where those long chairs are shown, and not bumping out again into the setback towards the lot line.
Thanks, Angus. Lindsay, is that a table back there, 6 by 3'4", or is that a fire pit?
It's a fire pit.
Yeah. So obviously, as the chair, I need to point out that we aren't seeing this, but so we're exerting social pressure on you to kind of cut back a little bit, which I don't disagree with the point. If you can pull that inside the property setback, and I think that would be beneficial. And what say ye?
About reducing it?
Yeah.
So all the way back to the setback line?
To the lounge chairs.
I think to the lounge chairs, yeah. I mean, there's nothing to say you can't pull it into the yard a little more.
Right. I think we'd be okay with that, and then we could just have the fire pit and grass.
Yeah.
And then just chairs and grass.
Okay. So it sounds like that's Angus is Exhibit A.
May I ask another question?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
Mary
Mary.
Longneat. So I didn't really understand that there were options here. The setback on the western side of that lot, the pool extends, or the patio extends across the setback line, if that is what the dash line is. I have a cottage on my property immediately west of this, right where that pool and patio is going, right in line with that. So any further distance that is appropriate for the HDC to suggest would be appreciated by the tenants in my cottage.
Thank you. Lindsay, in the interest of neighborliness, can you lose a row of bluestone on the left side as you're looking at the plan and move that pool over?
Or just move it over a couple of feet.
Yeah, we could move it over
Or
a couple
just
feet.
shift a little bit? I know your pool equipment needs to stay within the boundary of the
I
setback.
think we have a couple feet that we could play with.
Okay, so Angus, you're good with marking that up too? We're coming off
Yes.
the right boundary by at least the width of a bluestone,
Like a foot.
sliding it to the left.
I mean,
Okay.
worst case scenario, we could also just take off that last course of stone.
Yeah, I think if you could slide the pool over, that'd be a nice gesture.
Yep.
Okay, so all in favor of Angus's motion, Exhibit A?
Aye.
Aye.
Carrie, I'm sorry, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and myself. And just if you're wondering, folks, or folks at home, the reason we do a roll call vote is we have some members on Zoom. Otherwise, if they're all here, we can just say all in favor.
I think some of the folks back home were wondering about that.
Oh, yeah.
Could be.
Where do we get the
They're in
Exhibit A
between
stamp?
popcorn breaks and they're wondering what, I'm sorry. Abby?
Where's the Exhibit A stamp?
Ah, right here.
You should do like a little known facts about the
we could do
HTC, while we're queuing up for, yeah.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll take that under advisement. We are on 69 Hummock Ponds. Lindsay,
Yep, so on this one, I think visibility of the pool area is gonna be very minimal. It's hidden by all the structures that are there, or that were already previously approved. Along Hummock Pond Road, you probably already know this because I think the main structure was approved on consent, but they can't touch any of that area like along Hummock Pond Road, so all that tall vegetation has to stay. And even that field that we've got in yellow, that has to stay. I think we can mow it, and our intention is to just mow some paths. So I think that the visibility is gonna be nothing back there.
Famous last words.
No,
Ray?
seriously, I think it's invisible.
I'm absolutely certain that I heard you wrong. The house wasn't approved on consent.
It wasn't? I thought it was, approved.
The
That's what they
house-
told me. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misunderstood.
We
Okay,
slaved over
all right,
that.
well, consent or no, was the house approved?
Matt, that house was.
Matt says yes.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood it. So Exhibit A. Sorry.
It was approved. It wasn't approved on consent.
I misunderstood that.
Oh, okay, all right.
I got one by you guys. Teasing you.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so we got that squared away. Next.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this property, as you're well aware, is, you might not know the name of it, but it was part of the Sunshine Farm, which was owned by Thomas H. McGrath. In 1922, he actually moved the original structure, which you all remembered, allowed to be moved, and then has been converted into the secondary or guest house. But originally that cottage, the main structure of it moved from Cliff Road. With this hardscaping application, there's a spa, fire pit, patio. There's lots of hardscaping in what used to be a farm setting. And I do understand that there is a conservation restriction in between Hummock Pond Road and the site, which is great. I'm concerned on the visibility of the bocce court, as well as, and I know, again, as staff, that there's no, one regulatory board doesn't dictate the other, but I'm curious on whether or not the conservation restriction gives approval to have that wall that you'd be approving within their area. I would recommend having some sort of correspondence on that from the holder of that restriction. And my recommendation overall would be to reduce the hard surfaces and make it more of a natural rural landscape. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Can I say
Thank you.
something?
Thank you,
To the
Holly.
chair? So we kept the wall outside of the restriction area. There's a line on the plan, so we definitely.
Okay, thanks for the information, Lindsay.
No problem.
Regular board and Connie and Ray.
Well, the first thing I have to say, is, first of all, this is that big open swath that used to have the Quonset hut on it, right?
I don't remember.
Yes.
There was no rusty Quonset hut on it. Yeah.
Yes-ish, yes. It's that area.
Absolutely. So anyway, when I look across that, and it's a, really fabulous piece of real estate, and we've got these three very formal 30-inch high walls that step us up to the terrace where the house is, and, boy, that's going to run totally counter to that whole bucolic landscape out there. So before I even comment on anything else, I think that's got to get reconciled somehow. Thanks.
Well, why don't you go ahead and we'll just carry on your comments, because otherwise we'll be coming back. Everyone will want to comment on that.
Well, okay, so what's happening is those three walls are sort of stepping everything up to a platform where the house is going to be, right?
Yep, so the house was approved at a certain elevation, so those.
Okay, well, maybe so, all right? So let's just accept that that's true. But the lead up to it is now in a sort of rolling kind of pasture-like setting. You have these three very rigid parallel walls, all 30 inches high. And that's going to be very, very visible from Hummock Pond Road.
Gotcha. So registering that concern, do you have other concerns?
Well, I think my other concerns would follow from that, which is like sort of the formality of the grading and landscape around the house.
Okay. I'm with you.
Which would include the bocce court, it's part of it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I don't see why you just don't go with the landscape. You've got some really nice lines here to make it more organic.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not sure how you're going to, it looks like the bocce court goes from like 26 to over 30, so that's 4 feet something. Looks like that's going to have some grading issues. Yeah, so there, and along the lines of making it more naturalistic, looking from Pond Road, you're going to be looking back at this grading and this terracing. So what is the vegetation that's going to keep you from, looking right into this sort of, looks like a very fun place to live, but maybe not everybody wants to see it. So there's got to be some screening, and I don't see any.
Yeah, so it's all grasses and kind of like wildflowers like Russian sage and flowering perennials. I think the grasses will go a long way of screening it.
Well, yeah, so specifically the fire pit with the couple of sofas there.
The idea was that the grasses and everything kind of give that all kind of that tucked in feeling, because the grasses do get 30 inches tall. And it was gonna hide the wall. The walls were really just a functionality. It wasn't, if we could have avoided walls and traversed down easier, we would have without.
Just gone like a berm or like a hill,
It's
go
just
down.
such a big drop that
Yeah.
it was.
Or you
again,
could just
because
have stairs.
We're kind of tight within that line that we're able to
Okay.
touch.
Lindsay, I'm sorry, I
Sorry.
want to, can you give just shorter
Sure, of course. Sorry.
replies?
And just my final thing is that, going along that idea of making this more naturalistic, I think that's true of also the pool and its regular, it's sort of sawed off edges and, more blue stone. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Connie?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And I'm having a hard time sorting it all out. I don't think those walls are appropriate. A lot of bluestone around the pool. I just think there's like a couple patios and kind of like one that we've already seen. So my concern is already been stated by the other members. I agree with them. So, thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Yeah, so Lindsay, I mean, Ray pointed out, I think, the lead-in, which is those walls, and then Abby got into a little bit about visual mitigation through plant materials. I'm actually concerned about using plant materials as visual mitigation here. I think this needs to stay that kind of open, plain. There's a soft undulation. You've got a place, we'll take on face value, the structure is higher, is going to raise the grade somewhat, or it's not. Whatever it is, you have an opportunity to create a single knoll that is introduced softly from the street to fashion in some, to my mind, large-scale antiqued granite steps, very simple, very simplistic approach, very simple in its implementation, something that's really going to marry itself as though it's been there for 50, 100 years. Less plant material, less linear groupings of plant material, more mounding type plant material, in mounding type planting patterns that are more naturalistic, and less overall programming. So bocce, I'm a little concerned about to the extent where are we, Matthew, in the site development on the structure? Has the foundation gone in? No. I got to tell you, to me, and I don't mean to throw a wrench in anything, I want to see this before I went too much further. This is like the land bank, the land forward of it is protected. It's really it's a rural viewscape that's been there forever.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to see more, or I could just work on approving a very simplistic landscape, so you have something to work with. But as it is, I have concerns about approving, well, personally, I have concerns about approving what's here, as does the board. And personally, I have concerns about the extent of this being reviewed before we have a better sense of what that site looks like in the distance. Those are my comments. What would we like to do?
You can hold for a view.
Do a view? Well, the grade is going to change, that's my concern.
Yeah. Grade is going to
The
change.
grade is going to change, the
That's gonna be
structure's
a-
going to be there.
A rolling bocce coat.
What about a long section from Hummock Pond Road all the way to the north side of the property that sort of shows the existing and proposed grades?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good
To
idea. 'Cause
help understand that.
Lindsay, what
You wanna
that's
see the
going to
cut
do
and
is
fill?
going to give us, yeah, you're going to give us two sections.
Here.
Actually three, two longitudinally. When I would say that, I mean the long way of the lot, and one cross section. Probably that's going to be the most useful cross section if we're going left to right on this site plan. That's going to be tough. You know, if we have it too soon, it's not going to show anything. If we have it too late, it's going to show the height, but it's not going to show us the transition. I think we need to have a site plan that better delineates, eliminate all the fluffy stuff. We need a site plan that illustrates the topography proposed and changed, proposed and existing. We need the cross-section left to right and two going front to back from Hummock Pond. And I think that will give us a better sense of what we're looking at. And so a topographical site plan and cross-sections. And I would urge you to make modifications to address the concerns that have been brought up, because perhaps with that information, we can move forward, and certainly my concerns might be alleviated. I don't know to what extent the other board members have, but that might be a big step in the right direction.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yeah.
You guys?
Yep.
So Angus, was your motion to hold for that information and revisions?
Yes, it was.
Excellent, thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm a aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we are on to 32 Hinsdale. Right, would you mind taking this one?
Yeah, no, not at all. Okay, 32 Hinsdale. This is an as-built shed. Do we have anybody to rep?
I don't think we have anybody to rep for this, Mr. Chair.
Nobody to rep this one. Okay, Sauna, it's to you then.
I just wanted to, I met with the contractor
Yeah.
about 2 hours ago, and they had a couple changes, so I'm not sure if it makes more sense to hold, or if I can just show you the changes, but.
Are we moving
more
on
of
to
the
where?
Board members that are online won't be able to see it, so I just wanted to.
Well,
Before we start.
right, so there's 4 people physically present that could see it, and then others that couldn't.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, it's just, it's very small changes, but I just wanted to.
You're happy to go?
No, I'm happy to present now, if that's okay, or I can wait till next week.
Well, what I'm going to suggest, Sauna, so that everybody has the information, is if you want to do it now, we're going to go with the 4-person board, the 4 people that you have here. And then everyone will be able to partake of the information that you have.
Okay.
All right, so let's do that.
Perfect.
So, all right, so we all get that. The 4 people sitting at the table right now are sitting on 14 Meadow Lane. And Sauna is going to show us, why don't you distribute what you need to distribute? And make sure, staff gets a copy.
So how do you want me to do this, just walk around with it, or I just have
Oh,
it like drawn like this?
Oh, I see, you only have 1 copy.
Yeah, there's just a couple little changes.
Okay, here, let me take a look. So you're bumping that out.
Yep.
Are you enclosing?
Yeah, we're bumping this out. So
Right.
this is just gonna be a deck without stairs going up. It's just gonna be accessible from the kitchen.
Is this a deck?
No, this is right here.
But this is interior space.
It's going to be interior. Right now it's exterior.
Uh-huh.
See right here?
Right.
It just comes down.
Got it.
And so it would just make that bedroom bigger, and that would just be a deck there, and then this door wouldn't exist. we keep the door here. And so this side would mimic the other side.
Sona, so I'm looking at this and, that's kind of confusing
Yeah.
because this is supposed to be in the same plane as that,
Yep.
right? I just don't know how you're going to do that. I think we need more clear drawings. Okay, so folks, let's pull back on that. I think Sona needs to formalize the drawings a little bit more before we can review them. Okay, Sona, sorry, but I think that's the way it should go. Yeah, understood. Okay,
Mr.
so,
Chair, so are we starting over, or are we going to keep
we're going to
that?
hold this for next week.
Okay. So
Okay, Sona will give you some revisions, but
Thursday by noon.
there you go, Thursday by noon, the magic number. All right. Okay, so now we're gonna move along to 38 Hooper Farm Road.
And Mr. Chair, on that last one, we're gonna treat that as new business, correct?
It's still new business, nobody looked at it except me. And I'll pretend that I didn't. Okay, 38 Hooper Farm Road, anybody up? No, that's Stephen. Okay. Your eye is on Zoom, right?
Can you?
Okay. So, let's see, Stephen, are you on, or do you want me to do this one?
Yeah, why don't, I'll sit on it. Why don't you run it? Give you
Okay,
a
I'll
chance
run
to
it.
stretch.
Okay, 38 Hooper Farm Road, Abby's off. So that's Angus, Stephen, Ray, Connie, and Carrie. Okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So this application is for moving existing house from 12A B code, which was approved. The move of was approved on I think last meeting or 2 meetings back. So it's the house from there that we want to move it to 38 Hooper Farm Road and try to fit it on this lot 4. If you could scroll down, please, to site plan, or actually, yeah, site plan will show how the house fits within the setback lines. And actually behind the existing tree that's there, that's a down tree which cannot be moved or cut, so we need to save it. So the house will be pretty much right behind it, and the parking will be in front of it. And we are just trying to keep the same shape with the front roof, make it as a main entrance with the front door, and keeping the same height, which is around 21'6", and adding a few dormers to it, and changing some fenestration. So that's pretty much all.
Okay.
Mr.
Very
Chair.
good. Questions, anyone? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I did want to thank the applicants for being able to keep a structure and move a structure on that you all approved for move off. 12A Pequot, I would respectfully request that when the commission is so inclined to make a motion on this application, that the COA is annotated with the date of that structure. I think that is fair on the COA. And then as far as the proposal to the application to the structure with the dormers, I would just recommend that they follow building with Nantucket in mind's guidelines. So those are my comments for your consideration.
Just by way of clarification on that, is there anything about these dormers that you feel is not consistent with the guidelines?
The windows are floating within the sea of shingles. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Okay, all right.
That'd be my comment. Thank you.
Very good. Holly, thank you. Okay, so everyone at the table, Abby, and we have Carrie Thornwell on. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Stephen?
I don't get to go first anymore, so
Well,
this is
now
kind
you
of
do.
fun.
Your special day.
I appreciate the reuse, obviously good stuff. I also appreciate living in this general area and the fact that we were just talking about Hooper Farm being a primarily ranch area, although it's not yet a ranch overlay. The lower slung first floor hip roof kind of covered porch entryway that greets you from Hooper Farm Road. I think that's very appropriate. I don't know, I've been having problems with this file size. So that's the long, every time I go to zoom in, it resets. If it were at all possible, a couple more windows on the Hooper Road side to make it look more like a porch, I think would be appropriate. If it's possible, if it's not possible, do the programming. I don't, it's not the end of the world. The dormers, I would request that you lower them by burying the header into the top plate of the wall, and you'll eliminate 3.5 inches off the height, so the whole roof system will drop. And I understand and don't disagree with Holly's comments, but those are all going to be 90 degrees to the road, and it's a fairly wooded lot with respect to vegetation. So I think you're not going to see those as if they face the street. I would have a much bigger concern then. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Next?
I'm happy to go.
Yeah.
So I share the concern about the dormer, just how close it is to the facade gable, really, and making it feel like it's like the main roof is more like a 4-pitch rather than the higher pitch of the main roof. So I'd rather see those step back a little bit if possible. And to Holly's comment, with the windows floating, I like Stephen's suggestion of dropping the eave or the roof plate. If it could step back, tell the sill of the windows is sitting on the main roof, that would be preferable, or a combination of dropping it and or moving them back so that there isn't as much shingle space below the windows. I also share Stephen's concern about the front hipped roof addition. Originally, I guess that had 4 windows, which made more sense of it. I see in the plan that one of the windows is in a closet, so it's not like you want a whole bunch of glass in the closet, but I think that there's 2, for this to be the front of the house, and the front door to be in this subordinate mass. I feel like the more it looks like a porch that was filled in, the more successful it would be, which would be probably 2 windows on either side of the door, and preferably larger windows. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Carrie, Connie.
I have nothing to add. I agree with the comments made.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I also, and I do appreciate the reuse of this building. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so yes to the reuse. That's great. The only comment I have, because I agree with Stephen on the dormer thing, the dormers really are only going to really be visible from the sides, or the front, also known as the cheeks or the sides of the dormers. I do appreciate and side with the comment about the front hipped roof portion of this building reading a little bit more like a filled-in porch, sun porch thing. So that's my only real concern at all. That's it. What would we like to do with this, folks?
Can I comment quickly?
Yes, you may.
What would you think about just changing those two B-type windows or those two windows to like A-type, bigger window? Yeah, I have B-type there, changing them to A. So it shows more, bigger size window.
You mean keep it as two windows and a door?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I would like two windows if you would still be okay with it. As Steven said, like, there is a closet and a laundry room, so it doesn't make much sense to put two windows on each side. But at least I would make them bigger to match the windows on the second floor.
And maybe pull them in closer to the door.
Put,
They just seem
put
so
them in
wall-like.
closer. Yeah.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, for me, now I actually been able to see the plan. I wasn't able to see it before. This is a relatively modest home in a year-round neighborhood, and I would prefer the aesthetic of this looking like it was a wrapped covered porch that was filled in. But I think if you could maybe meet us halfway, slightly wider windows, slightly taller windows, and move them in a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that would, at least for me, that would help.
Me too.
I can do that.
I'm happy to make a motion to hold for revisions.
We can do that motion, but it sounds like we might be able to get away with just making the windows larger and closer to the door. Is that?
Yeah, I could work up an Exhibit A.
Okay, so Stephen's willing to do an Exhibit A, which would move the front windows closer toward the door.
And
and make them wider and taller.
And drop the dormer roof planes.
Make them the A-type, like
Oh,
the
and
second floor.
drop the dormer roof so that the head of the window is inset in the dormer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those should be A-type.
Are we okay with that as a motion in the form of an Exhibit A?
I am.
Okay, let's give it a try. Does somebody want to make that motion?
I'm so moved.
Okay, Stephen has made that motion. On that motion, let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. There you go.
Thank
You're right.
you.
You're gonna need a landing outside that door,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah,
we can
there
take
is
that up.
there is a small ending now.
Yeah, just at your front door, you gotta have a landing on the exterior of the structure. Some guy in the
Yeah.
building department told me about that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll do that next. That moves us to 134 My Comet Road. New Cabana, Jeff Morash. Is Jeff here? Online? Okay, so we'll hold that one, see if, do we have 12 New Street or 5 Mattapoisett? This will be the last time I call them, because otherwise we'll start a trend where people show up later at their convenience. Do you remember when you used to have to line up at the old barn down by where the Dreamland is? That was it.
Yeah.
You lined up outside and then you went in.
The
And
concrete bunker.
And they basically just said, what are you doing? And then they told you what they wanted and then you left.
Yeah.
It was pretty cut and
And then
dry.
that building got flooded.
Yeah.
That's where all the documents disappeared.
Interesting. Okay, so there's a little bit of HCC trivia for you, folks. 134 My Comet, we're on old 6B Arrowhead Drive. Now, we got our regulars here. Let's knock down the workload.
This is fine.
So your board, Matt, is me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and I believe Joe.
I believe so.
Hey, Joe, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is in addition to an existing structure, 6B Arrowhead Drive. It's a commercial use. It's actually a mixed use. It's two lots. You can actually see the lot delineation. The lot that this addition sits on is this L-shaped portion. The rear structure is a storage facility. The front structure closest to Arrowhead Drive is office space with, it's mostly office space. This rear structure is a relocated structure. It's a combination of a one-story structure with a two-story recent addition. The original one-story section was a cow barn located on Pulpus Road, and we're looking to do a one-story addition, which is outlined or hatched in red. And with that, I think we could just go to the elevations, try to keep it conducive to the existing architectural language, window types, trim, all match, and look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Let's see. Comments, concerns, questions? Angus?
So this is something that I chose not to put onto the consent list just because the street side of the structure where the addition is going to has a balcony facing the street, and that wasn't fitting with the guidelines. I do appreciate the structure, though. That was my concern.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Ray?
I'm fine. I do understand about the deck. Atypical, but there's a lot of kind of interesting and atypical things going on in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Well, I can understand why it wasn't on consent, because it's a slightly unusual, the steep pitch, I think, is what jumps out to me. I would almost prefer, I'll verbalize this because but I don't know if it works actually, whether or not the pitch could decrease on this and actually have a little bit of exposed railing. It just feels like the low eave line in combination with trying to not have a railing visible has created an unusually steep roof form to hide this deck. So I think even like a shed roof with a deck integrated into it in an exposed railing, I wouldn't have any issue with the deck facing the street. That said, given the location and it's kind of a quirky assembly of buildings, it might be fine, but just a little bit of an unusual integrated deck. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby.
Abby Camp. I could see why, so that's residential on the second floor?
Correct.
And they want to walk out
It's
onto a
an
deck?
apartment, yeah.
Okay. But just, I would, of course, it would work well as just being a gable like the other side, but I see you're trying to incorporate it in there. So you would see this from Arrowhead?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't, yeah, it is a steep pitch, isn't it? Is there any way to, yeah, I don't.
Well, I could, through you, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
open to either of those suggestions where we shallow the pitch and just have somewhere like a 9-inch exposed, shingled rail, or to Joe's suggestion where it just goes to like a 4 pitch and we just do an integrated deck.
I think that might look a little less odd. Do you?
Totally.
Yeah, okay.
I think Joe nailed it in terms of like making it look more
Just a shed.
real.
If I could
Angus,
comment.
go
So, yeah, usually a hip is going to be, a shallower pitch than this, but I almost appreciate the steepness of this to the complicated or just more, I feel like this is a simpler solution. When there's more railing exposed, I feel like it draws more attention to it, whereas this will just, sort of all be natural, right?
Yeah.
So the cap, the rail of this would sort of match the natural cedar of the roof.
Correct. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, that was the intent, was to make it so that it doesn't look like there is a deck visible, that it might read as a kind of a steeper pitched hip, but it just hides it completely. But open to any suggestion the board sees fit.
Okay, thank you. Did I miss anyone? Okay, so, you know what, this actually creates some balance. There's one of these similar situations out on Eel Point Road. There's one on Old South Road, at a market that I won't name, and, this one on over towards the other side of the island. For me, though, it would be a bad balance to have. I think these roof pitches that are, in those instances, they're on covered porches, but they just scream out at you when you drive by them because they are so atypical for this type of a roof style. I think Joe hit the nail on the head. I would only add that in decreasing the roof pitch, you're going to need to bring your windows in slightly because obviously your termination point is going to be closer to the center line of the door. As you decrease this pitch, well, I guess you would, it doesn't have to, but.
If I could, I think that if we did go with a straight 4-pitch, the 2 non-deck roofs would terminate on either side of those 2 existing windows.
At a 4-pitch though, Matt, I think your rail is going to be what? 12 and a half,
36 inches
13
high.
inches?
Well, the rail itself on the face of it would be at 36 above the finished deck.
No, I understand that, but what's the exposed face going to be?
It would probably, well, if it stays at, yeah, it would probably be,
12
30 inches, somewhere in that range. If we kept the depth, if we kept the dimension of the deck, and we had a 4-pitch, by the time it reaches that portion, I think you probably would have maybe somewhere in the range of 30 to 24 inches of exposed rail.
Yeah, it's going to
shingled
be
rail.
pretty tall. Okay, that was just something to keep in mind, because when I consider what Joe mentioned as a concept for me, the idea would be that you might have like an 8 or 10 inch, maybe a foot tall rail at the top that could just be post with 2x4 materials. We've seen them done, you know what I'm talking about. And then it's just a secondary element as opposed to a 412 and not moving the doors in. It becomes more of a
I like that, yeah.
pronounced.
I think that could look great.
So I don't know, what do you guys want to do? It's up to the board.
I'll go either way. I like both.
Yeah, if you don't mind me, because I started.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Started some momentum with this. I find myself flip-flopping too, because when I hear Angus's description of the simplicity of this, and it's all natural and the deck is hidden, I don't disagree with that, especially given the context. I feel like I could have some latitude there. But I am curious what the 4-pitch would look like. So I'm wondering if we held this for minor revisions and we actually had an opportunity to look at it. And I feel like the board could look at it and say, you know what, we actually like what you originally submitted. Sometimes that happens. If the applicant has time allowed, I would motion to hold for minor revisions and look at these side by side. But if somebody else wants to make a motion, I won't. I don't need to make that motion. I just wanted to ask that question.
Can I make a motion? That's a joke, sorry.
Is there a motion on the floor? Otherwise, I'm happy to make a motion to approve as submitted.
I think Joe's got a motion on the floor. So let's do a vote. Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
To hold for revisions?
And Matt, I think that included, if you get it in by Thursday at noon, then we'll hear it next week.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
All right, thanks, Matt.
So Crooked Lane will be my last one.
Crooked Lane.
That's the next one. It's garage.
47
garage.
Crooked Lane. Who do we have for that one?
Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Is it all right if I share screen, or is it prefer that you share it?
Please.
Michael, hit accept, and then you can.
Did it ever, Do you think would help a red line, white line
Can you still hear me?
Oh, just so you could let go.
light space?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, and can you see me? Great. Okay, so I will share my screen. I can't share while another participant is sharing. It's the notice that I get.
You know,
Go for it.
Got it. Okay.
It's gonna take a while.
Okay, can you see my screen?
So
Excellent.
we're gonna have,
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me know when I'm good to go.
yep, Michael, before you go, I want to give you your board. It's going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie.
Excellent.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, all set?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Great. So before you tonight is a new garage studio being proposed at 47 Crooked Lane. It's on Crooked, just off of Nantucket. It's actually pretty far back from Nantucket Road. If you were to drive by, it's over 140 feet away from Nantucket Road, sort of where the primary visibility concerns would be. And the property, as you'll see in the site plan in a moment, is this sort of long dogleg lot with an existing main house, cottage, a bunch of sheds, and some other structures. So there's some vegetation up by the street, this long view down Crooked from Nantucket, and the garage is proposed just past the neighbor's driveway, which actually crosses our property to the north of the proposed garage. Going down in the site plan here, you'll see the garage is 900 square feet on the ground. It's a two-bay garage, but the doors are actually oriented south, internal to the property. As we know, this board prefers not to see garage doors from the street. The actual massing of this structure, if I scroll down a little bit, is sort of truncated. It's the garage mass plus this shed utility mass on the backside. We think it sort of breaks down the scale. This shed mass is actually what faces Nantucket. This side facade, exterior elevation east, is what faces Crooked Lane, and the rest of the elevations are internal to the property. The two garage doors facing south, as noted. The colors we're proposing are gray and gray. It's not a very tall building. It's not a very long building. So we think it's pretty appropriate. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Who would like to begin?
So I might be able to go.
Okay, why don't you take a stab at it? You can always
Okay.
supplement.
I think I'm okay with this. I think it's appropriate style, and it's a little back from the, let's see, Nantucket Road. And yeah, I'm okay with this.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Abby. Let's see, Connie,
I'm okay with this too. Thank you.
Carrie,
I'm on. I agree. I think this is pretty good. I do think the four big windows on the south second floor are a little extensive, but they're not facing a public way, so all good.
okay, Angus,
Yeah, that was my only concern. I'm not concerned about what's facing the Nantucket Road. I'm just thinking about going along Crooked Lane and looking up and seeing almost right on the facade. Obviously, it's not on the front, but it's so close to the front on the side, the freestanding deck and the quad French doors. So that was my concern.
okay, thank you. I agree with Carrie. What would we like to do?
Reduce those doors. Reduce the doors.
You want to, is there any other concerns with the doors? Michael, what about three doors?
Or two doors with two flanking windows a little bit separated away from the doors.
Yeah,
I mean, I hear the board's concerns. I think if you look at the site plan on the screen, the views of this building are for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet only from this property. Crooked Lane even turns away in the other direction. So I don't think that the visibility should be an issue from this public way or any other. But if it's a major concern of the board, obviously we'll take it seriously.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Distance is always a factor.
Yeah.
Lane goes right next to it, right?
Pardon me?
Yeah,
I'm just
Crooked
Crooked Lane
Lane.
goes right next to it. So if you're traveling north, you would
Mhm.
see the second floor.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm zooming in here on the plan, and this is like, is this? Michael, this is Crooked Lane, like active Crooked Lane, not the one that no one ever uses and doesn't know is there?
It's the one that nobody ever uses and doesn't know it's there. The very main, I'll go to the site photos here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's just that one neighbor.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Doggy walk.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were all clear on what we were looking at. Okay.
Yep.
I'm fine with those doors there, given the actual site conditions as shown in the aerial image as opposed to the site plan.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
It's a more accurate and very different picture.
If not, you have to put a tree right in front of those
Yeah.
doors.
If Angus can see them, we're coming for you.
That's right.
Motion, someone? Carrie,
Yeah, what?
motion?
I would have reduced the doors, but I guess I will make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Carrie.
Okay. Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
All right,
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Nay.
Angus, for the record, is a no. I'm a yay. A, yay, aye. Okay.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Now we are on to 28 Nonantum. Tori, good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Move garage on site.
Correct. We are proposing, are you okay with me starting?
Yeah, please.
We are proposing no exterior changes. It's simply moving it to the back corner of the lot.
Okay. And let's see. Carrie, do you want to start?
Well, it doesn't seem like it's going very far, right?
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, I don't really have an issue with this. It's out of the setback, correct?
Correct.
And it's in the same direction that it's facing. Yeah, I don't have a big problem with this.
Okay, I just asked because you had it, so I didn't know if there was a particular question or.
no, that's what, that I guess was my issue, is to make sure it was out of the setbacks. I wasn't sure what the setback was, but.
Yep, and I believe there is a plan that shows it's out of the setbacks. And correct, we are not changing any directionals.
Yeah, and zoning enforcement would be all over you if it wasn't a setback.
Yes.
What is the elevation on Nobadir Ave?
Abby. No, just for our minutes. taker.
Oh, yeah, Abbey Camp.
The elevation on, let me just go to Nobadir Ave is the front door elevation with the porch. And I can't read it on my reduced. And it's, I also have shown pictures from Nobadir Ave. This particular lot is completely guarded from Nobadir Ave. There's no entrance from Nobadir Ave. You access it from the right and then a left onto, I believe, what is Holly Street?
But there's vegetation and it looks like.
Yeah, there's massive vegetation and I've included some photos.
Okay, I would be okay with this, with the vegetation.
Okay.
To stay.
Thank you.
South elevation, Abby, is your answer.
Oh, no, I guess I didn't establish a board. I thought I did. So it's me, Abby, Angus,
Oh yeah, I need to know that.
Carrie, and Joe. Sorry, guys, I thought I
That's
established it. I
okay.
didn't.
Can you do that one more time, Steve,
Yep.
please?
Me, Angus, Abby, Carrie, and Joe.
And I didn't put this on consent, but I can't remember why. But I had a reason, but I don't think I wrote it down.
Sounds like
Okay.
it was the setbacks.
All right, do you want to express concerns at this point?
No,
You're good with it?
yeah,
Okay. You're just testing us. Joe,
Hi, I have no concerns.
Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No.
No, I would just say a motion to approve, but keep the vegetation on Nobadir Ave in place.
Okay, so you can write that, circle
Yeah.
restrictions and conditions on it and
Sure.
write that in, please. That's Abby's motion. Let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Carrie, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Can I ask
Okay.
a question?
Yeah.
Does that mean that I need to submit photos of the?
No, it's just gonna be a condition of the COA and you've got to do it because when they go out to do the inspection.
Inspection, okay,
they'll read
great,
that.
thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, can you folks, in order of where you're sitting, tell me what number are you here for? What street address? Okay, yeah, we'll get there. And then right behind him, the same? Okay, and you, sir?
46 Essex.
We're getting there.
What number? Yeah, we'll get there. It's gonna be close. You might be here at 8:30, we might not get to you, but, just so we can tell people what's going on. And you, sir? He's with you, so you know what's going on. And I'm sorry, young lady.
So that's 4, 5, and 6. Al's not here, that's the agent.
I don't think we're gonna get that far tonight. If we take 10 minutes
But they're valid, she's not here.
on the next one. Yeah, no, I think Val was gonna have someone represent.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome to stay, I just don't know if we're gonna get there. If we do, we do. Okay, yeah, just if you're next week for sure, I didn't want anybody sitting here. Okay, we're gonna go back to it. Let's see, 30 Pocomo driveway gate. Tori?
Yep. So this is a driveway gate. This is an inset lot, for lack of a better word. It was an original lug 2, lug 3 lot that was subdivided into 4 lots. This is off of Pocomo Road, well back off the road. I've submitted photos to show you where the gate would be. And we are, as other applicants have prior, trying to avoid deer. There's the entrance from Pocomo Road. And there's a lot on the right, a lot on the left, another lot on the left behind the driveway you see on the left, and then we are straight back to the right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe.
Great.
Concerns? Anyone?
30 Pocomo, okay. Is this the move on?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
So it looks like there's the property line, but then the driveway, goes outside the property line where we have the
Yes.
red
where the
clouded
yeah.
gate and cobblestone. So how's that work?
So there is an easement. I'm happy to provide that as part of the approval. Whatever you deem necessary. You can see that the driveway is in the setbacks, the gate is prior, and there's an easement for access. So you guys can also defer to me what information you need as far as if the gate needs to be farther back onto the property. I'm
Yeah,
happy to
sure.
oblige.
Thanks, Tori. I think, guys, just let's focus on the design and whether it's appropriate or not.
I'm good.
Abby?
Good.
Good. Let's see, Connie?
Good.
Joe?
I guess I'm not good. I think that the gate should be on the property. Otherwise, what map and parcel are we approving a gate on? I don't want to approve a gate on somebody else's property. So without the gate being on the client's property with the map and parcel represented on the application, I would not be in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Angus, do you want to add anything?
Oh, I think that's a good point, and also I think it would just take it out of our visibility if what we're reading in the photographs, it just kind of would be around the bin.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Right. So my thoughts are this, Tori. I have zero concerns about this design. You see this on Nantucket and a lot of places. I don't have any concern with it being visible. I do agree with Joe's comment with respect to what are we really approving. I think if your client is married to the concept of having it in this location, we would need to see something so we could reference that as part of our approval with respect to a bona fide easement. And typically those will come with a book and page number from the registry. And then we need to see the, the schematic, the drawing. So how do you want to proceed? Do you want an approval with it reoriented on the lot, or do you want to hold this and provide additional information?
As they enter to the ladder in the easement, I think I would go to the ladder and provide an easement and
Okay.
approval
So we'll hold
with
this
a
for-
new book and page number.
Okay, so we'll hold this for additional information.
Great.
Okay, no vote. Well, I guess that'll, Angus, are you good with that as a motion? On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. That brings us to 33 Cliff, move cottage off.
So I will disclose,
No.
when you're ready.
33 Cliff Road, move cottage off.
Great. So this is a circa 1983, no, that's on, yeah, 1983 cottage. Linda is representing the aftermath. I am representing the move off. We are looking to move the cottage onto 11 Equator Drive, which follows. We are not proposing any exterior changes on either lot. And with that, I'll leave it to you.
Okay. Does anyone have any, Holly, you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I concur that it's 1983. It's part of the Horchow family's compound that they built here. This was the original site of where the Seacliff Inn was. But what I just wanted to clarify, so this application before you is to move the structure off, but she also said to move on to Equator Drive. Do we have a separate application for the
We do.
Equator
Yeah, that's
Drive?
next.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Sorry, that was my only clarification that we needed to.
Yep.
Yes, I have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks.
I had a question.
Okay, hold on, Carrie, because we need you guys to please be recognized by the chair, whoever it is, so that it can be reflected in the minutes, because it's very difficult for people who do not know your voices. Carrie?
Okay, thank you. Chip Webster was doing renovations to this cottage, and I believe he got an approval. Are those moot, or is he rebuilding that? I feel like that sort of, I don't know if that's pertinent or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Tori, do you want to?
Sure, Carrie. The renovations are off the table, Carrie. And now we're just moving the structure as is. They have sold the property and those renovations are not on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. And Carrie is on this, and Joe. Okay. Other comments? Motion?
Motion to approve, well, no, maybe people want to make comments, I'll hold.
Oh, I hadn't commented, but I was just going to
I
say,
asked. No, do you have a comment?
just I would make the motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Snatched from your hands, Abby.
I didn't want to,
On Abby's motion, Angus? I'm teasing you. On your motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's Carrie again.
Yeah?
I don't want to make a big hoo-ha about this, but this is only for a move, not the demo.
Correct.
Correct.
So it's definitely moving.
Yeah, they put in for a move,
Okay, good enough.
right? Your application says move, not demo.
Correct. Move building on.
Okay, so we do
Off
have a
and on.
motion on the floor. There was a little bit of a contest, but it's here. Angus, on your
Duked it
motion?
out.
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And we're going to have the same board on, move on to 11 Equator. And Linda, did you want to present?
No, that's me.
Oh, I thought she said that she.
That's okay. She's doing the other two buildings on 33.
Gotcha. Okay. So, Tori, go ahead, please.
So we are moving on to 11 Equator. We propose to rotate the building 180 degrees, so the front door that is facing to the inset of 33 Cliff right now driveway will face the road. Again, no exterior changes.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I just wanted to mention that it would be nice to see in the future a hardscaping plan for the driveway, since that circle is going to have to be changed with the new location, but happy to see this being reused.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to address that. We are keeping the driveway to the left of the circle because the current owner of 11 Equator will be renegotiating his access to the right. And we will have 2 parking spaces and be following with a landscape application.
Okay, so
Hardscape.
thank you, Tori. We'll look
Yep.
forward to that. Is there any concerns about the location of this structure?
What faces the road?
The
Equator Road?
front door, which
Very
on
nice.
33 Cliff faces the interior, but on Equator will face the street.
Terrific.
No
Very happy.
concerns.
Angus,
No concerns.
you guys want to fight over a motion again?
No. No, okay. I'll
Motion
make a
to approve
motion.
as submitted.
Oh, Joe swoops in like an eagle.
Wow.
Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Okay,
Sorry,
Abby,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Great, thank
Okay,
you.
look at that. We're getting business done. Let's see, that moves us to 78 Skyline, a new pool.
This is a new pool. We have photographs from the road. We're happy to engage in the not to be visible at time of inspection and in perpetuity. And with that, I will leave it to you.
Okay, regular board, so myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie. Who'd like to begin? Anyone?
It is an oversized covenant lot. I believe it's almost, there should be a survey there as far as square footage of the lot.
I don't, am I looking at the wrong thing? I don't see on the,
Third page, yeah.
where is it on? Oh, okay.
No fancy blue coloring. Good move.
Sorry.
Good move.
But the site, um,
Carrie, go ahead.
thank you. The site plan doesn't show where the road is, so it's, okay, here we are. Where is the road? Right, left, upper?
It's at the bottom of the sheet 4 that shows the pool. It's at the bottom of that lot line.
Okay, so the photograph was taken looking right into where the pool will be. So I think
Correct.
I think a bunch of new vegetation or something is gonna have to be filled in because you can see in through those trees. So I don't know. Right there. If the pool is right there, you can see through. So just a little extra planting or a fence or something.
Very valid concern. Thank you. Let's see, Connie.
Yes, I agree. It will be visible. It's also pretty big. So I think if there's something to mitigate the visibility, that would be good.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, Abby.
I agree with what's been said. I think Connie said the size. Carrie was concerned about the visibility. I think having this so close to Skyline Drive Road is, there's just, you would have to plant some pretty big pine trees there.
Okay. Let's see, Angus.
I just share the same concern everyone's mentioned about screening with natural vegetation.
Okay. So, Tori, I'm in line. I'm going to suggest a slightly more granular approach. I think you need a two-tiered strategy. You need plant material that will grow underneath the pine. And then you're going to need something on the sunny side of in the interior perimeter.
Yep.
So you're going to have basically 2 layers of plant materials. One is going to be indigenous and the other is going to be to pick up any, to maximize visual screening.
Yep.
So in the end, it will be not visible at time of inspection thereafter, but there will actually be 2 areas with plant buffers that I think we could draw in on a site plan if somebody's comfortable with that. And if not, I can draw it. But if you're not comfortable on the concept, but I think we are, we'll go back to first base. If we're comfortable with the concept, I would very much appreciate a motion for an Exhibit A showing planting buffer zones.
So moved.
Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
Abby is a no for the record. I'm an aye. And that moves us on to 19 Nobodere Farm Road.
I think this one went on consent, actually.
Ted? Let's just
Tonight.
verify that. while
Yeah.
we're-
It's on consent tonight. Oh, sorry. Not 19 Hoover, forget it.
I don't see that.
It was 19 Hoover Farm Road, 19R. Never mind.
Okay, good thing we verified.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so when you're ready.
When you're ready.
To draw pictures. So we have been already approved to move this building off. We are intending to move this building off. We have permits to move this building off in a exorbitant area of caution. Great Harbor Yacht Club would also like to get permission to demo it in case the move does not go in timing.
Okay.
That's where
and
we stand with this one.
Your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Joe.
Sorry, I have to sit off.
Connie. Okay, sometimes that messes up my rotation, but
Okay,
I
so
totally get
Steve,
Joe.
Abby, Joe, Connie, and Angus?
Me, Abby, Angus,
Okay,
Connie, and Joe.
got it.
Okay. Who'd like to go?
I know this house.
Mr. Chair,
Holly.
I would hope that this would be just a move. Obviously don't want to hold them up to it, but I know that the previous owner of the property, I think, is one that wants to move it to his location.
Correct, we've already been approved and permitted for that.
And thank you, and you all have already approved the move on. That's why I thought this one was already approved. But with that, I know this structure was originally on JJ Clamps, if you all remember the golf.
Mini golf.
Yeah, mini golf, and I want to say it wasn't new when it was built. I think it moved from on there. But regardless, it's nice to see the moving of another structure.
This has actually been moved, for your reference, 3 times. This will be the 4th time.
Hopefully the
In
final.
one piece without being cut,
So my point
which
on
is
that,
pretty impressive.
Mr. Chair, is that I think it's a lot older than 1989.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you guys are amenable to just having it be a move, not a demo?
So we already have the approval for the move off. Great Harbor Yacht Club is looking for protection with the demolition if they need it.
Okay, so that's a no. You
That's a
prefer-
no. We would prefer
okay.
a demolition as well.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, absolutely. This application is specifically only for demolition.
Okay.
Um,
Whoa,
Does say move off demo.
this actually, it says move off demo. So you're open to both?
It should say demolition only.
Well,
Are you
the,
looking at the older?
I'm looking at the
If you scroll up,
description.
It says demo.
I probably included the prior application in my application.
No.
In the application,
Oh,
I'm saying
It does only
demolition.
have demo checked.
All right, so the application is for demolition. So let's
Correct.
address the agenda, which is incorrect, to, as part of our vote on this matter, to strike move off We don't need to vote it now. It'll just be part of it. And so we're discussing a move off, or I'm sorry, we're discussing a demo.
Correct.
And Holly has commented. Who would like to go?
Um,
Joe,
I'll go if you don't mind.
please.
Yeah, I think this is at least the second application tonight that I was afraid this was going to happen with the demolition delay article, which I was in favor of, just for the record, but thought that it's going to bring a lot of demo applications to the board as insurance. And we're going to spend a lot of time talking about these and then wonder whether or not they're actually going to happen or if it's just going to be for insurance purposes. If this is dated 1989, then I have no concerns about the demo, and I would be hopeful that that this is just an insurance policy. And I'm just bringing it to everybody's attention. I just think we're going to end up seeing a lot of these. It's going to be interesting to see what comes down the line. Anyway, those are my comments.
Okay. I want to clarify something. This is a dwelling, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So under the bylaw, I mean, you have to put in for a move. And
If I may.
And there is a, wait a second.
Yeah.
And there is a prescribed period of time and dates involved in that. So, I mean, I'm not sure, I haven't really thought this through, but can the HDC authorize the demolition of a structure and not authorize its move, which is basically the same thing, in a single application, and the town bylaw, which we don't have to abide by, but we generally try to observe, indicates that you have to attempt to move it before you can demo it. So it puts us, at the very least, if we approve a demo without a move, at kind of a disadvantage in a number of different ways. Not necessarily legally, but it's not a good thing. Yeah, but it's a separate move. Like if you were, we have a move off application approved.
The original application was actually for a
So
move
how
off
this-
slash demo. And you only approved the move off of that application.
Okay, back up a second.
No problem.
My little tiny brain can get it.
You're okay. I think I included it if you
The-
need to reference
The
it.
original application was for a move off demo.
Correct.
What did we approve?
Move off only.
Okay, so this would need to be an amendment of that application.
Oh, I was told it needed to be a separate application for demolition only.
No, it would need to be, I believe for this to sit right with
Okay.
everyone. It
Yep.
should be, because otherwise the HCC is approving demos of dwellings when the town bylaw indicates a move off attempt in earnest is at least required, which isn't fair to anyone.
Totally understand, and I'm happy to
So
correct that.
I think what I would suggest is we can either debate the merits and come up with a consensus and then vote on it when the paperwork is squared away, which I would prefer we do because we're so far into it. And then Tori could, if this gets approved in concept, Tori would be able to amend
The building permit.
the original COA
Yep.
for the move off, and we would then vote formally. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So although the application does not have that revision, the original application approval, which was for the move off only, I guess at that point, it is included in the packet, so there is an HDC number associated with that approval. If the board's so inclined, the current application that's before you could be amended with that date as that we are revising this number. So the first approval is for a move off, and essentially if you wanted to approve this one, maybe you could change it to a move off and or demo.
So what we would, to say just a little bit differently, is if we were to approve this, we would approve this as a demo, as an amendment to COA, HDC, blah, 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 blah.
Yes, I have the number right here.
To include demolition, am I correct?
Well, there would be a demo amendment to the prior approval, which is
Got
a
it.
move off. So then you would have, through amendment, a
Yep.
demo move off.
Yep,
And the HCC would not be sitting here approving a demo, which I frankly am very uncomfortable with.
understood.
I understand what you're trying to do is round out, you have a demo move off. That's a separate matter. That's for the board to decide. Who would like to go first? Joe?
Well, I think I already spoke on this.
Joe, I'd like
Yeah.
to get your input based upon the discussion we just had, which is that what we're actually looking at is an amendment to create a demo move off instead of a move off only. That's all.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it's a different animal than we were originally talking about.
I'm fine with it too.
Abby's good with it. Connie,
I'm good with it.
Angus,
Yes.
and I'm good with it. So
Okay.
the motion would be.
I have
what-
one question before you go to
Yeah,
a
go ahead,
motion.
and then Holly, you can give me the COA number.
We've already submitted and received a building permit for the move off. Does that change anything?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
HDC,
2022-11-7503.
Great, thank
so
you.
the motion would be to amend this demo is in conjunction with and to amend COA HDC 2022-11-7503. Is somebody comfortable making that motion and I'll write it in?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Joe, thank you so much. On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was helpful. These things can get very confusing very quickly.
Hold on, where's the rubber stamp?
Okay, Linda, go easy on me. I got a couple of balls in the air here.
How many?
You are representing 33 Cliff move off demo of the main house, correct?
Yep, and the garage.
And the garage is a separate application?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you proceed?
Do you want the same board that sat on the last one with Tori?
No, we're gonna switch them up. I think we have the move off the cottage, it's fine. This is, oh, I see what you're saying, 33 Cliff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know who that was.
I do. It was you, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Joe.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Is this the other cottage?
No, it's a garage and a house.
And that'll be this will be for the next two applications, 33 Cliff Road move off demo main house.
Yeah.
33 Cliff Road move off demo garage. I'm sorry, who did you say the last one? Joe?
It was you, Abby, Angus,
Carrie?
Carrie, and Joe.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, why don't you proceed, please?
Okay, pretty much Tori laid it out for you. This is Roger Orchow's property up on the cliff. I put all the pictures in my submission of them taking down the Sea Cliff Inn, and I painfully lived across the street from it. It was horrible. And I gave you all the pictures in detail right above you of every angle of that house. So it's preserved in the file. And we cannot move it. We've had the movers in there. I've had Holly up there, and we can't move it. And the mover has given that information to Paul Murphy. And we are going to be stripping it inside. We have a lot of people who want the doors, the railings, the exterior doors, some of the equipment that's in the house. So we're going to be taking everything we can out of the house. So it doesn't all have to go on the barge off the island. But you can look up there, you can see the old pictures of the Sea Cliff Inn right above you. And then right below that is when they're taking it down. And interestingly, one of the pictures that I found actually has the notation of it. There it is coming down. So it was a very sad day when it came down. And then there was a couple of lots made out of the Sea Cliff Inn lots. that house is also gone and been replaced by somebody about the same era. So that's the story with the main house. We'll take everything we can off it.
Okay, let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is the circa 1982 non-contributing Hochschild structure. And anecdotally, my mom cleaned it when I was a child, so. I appreciate all the information, the photographs, the historic photographs, even from the Sea Cliff Inn that was there for the file. My only thing I did not see in here was the floor plan or the floor layout from the tax assessor, something that we've been asking for, just to kind of seal it, even though this is being proposed as a demo, not as a move, due to its size. I think, obviously, your approval should be a demo move, or move demo, however we want to call it anyways. And happy to hear people are taking parts of it out. Deconstruction is what we used to do. Demolition is only a new phenomenon, so thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see, is Mickey here? You guys got anything to add?
Yeah, we have no concerns.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Linda, did you want to object?
Yes, I do, but that's just for the hell of it.
Just checking. Okay, let's see.
Gotta be consistent.
Nope, I get you. Let's see, Abby.
I love the history. Thank you for that. So there's nothing to do with the Sea Cliff Inn. This is sort
No.
of one of the lots that they made it.
Some of us
after.
have beams. I actually have one in my yard from the Sea Cliff Inn, and there are pieces of it all over the island, but they're the big beams, the 12 by 12 beams.
Yeah, I appreciate, if people are coming and taking things, I think that's great. Reusing them, and I think that would be great, and I would be okay with it.
And most of the landscaping is actually going different places.
No looters will be shot signs.
No, I'll shoot them.
Okay. Angus?
Nothing more to add, just, I appreciate as much being used as possible.
Thanks. Carrie?
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a very huge building that you can't figure out how to redesign, but
No. Let's see, Joe?
imagination.
I have nothing to add to what's been said.
Okay, thanks. It's just unfortunate we don't have there's a lot of good wood in that structure. You could build a couple little habitat homes out of it.
I know.
But other than that, if wishes were horses or dollars or something like that.
Bakers would rhyme.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. How about a motion?
Gosh, I don't-
With the floor plan put in with the Holly.
Yeah, just complement the record
Yeah.
with some additional information.
Because all that's in the building department file, but I'll put it in our file.
Holly will get it in there.
Yep.
Okay. So with the motion being to approve, subject to some supplemental information under Holly's tight grasp, what do we want to do? Who wants to make that motion?
It's painful.
Abby doesn't want to make it.
I don't either.
Joe?
I'll make.
Joe, thank you. You're going to be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow.
Great.
On your motion, Joe.
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. With great sorrow. Okay. Next one, same rinse and repeat, right?
Same group.
Same group, same
No.
lot.
We've
same
tried,
concept.
and Tori does have somebody, I didn't want to trash this garage. We were trying like hell to get rid of the garage. And it's a beautifully done building. It can be adapted to anything else. It is not part of the demo delay because it's not a dwelling, and it is the same era, 1983. But it's beautifully done inside, and Tori has someone who's going to take it, but she's going to be putting in there are two people who want it, actually. She's going to be putting in a separate application for it. So it's a demo move in case everything falls apart, but we are going to move it.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Just I hope that gets moved. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Angus. I really appreciate that. On the Exhibit A. Let's see. Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, everything else is going.
There goes the bathwater. Abby?
I just, it's hard to comprehend that they can't, you know.
We're moving it. But I need a demo move in case that falls through, and this is not a dwelling, so it's not part of the demo delay.
Oh, so there's a possibility that
Yeah.
it might actually.
Yeah,
stay
we're pretty
intact.
sure
Okay.
it's going someplace because
All
two
right.
people want it.
Okay, good. All right, I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Looking garage.
Let's see, Joe, did I get you? I'm sorry.
You didn't, but I have no concerns. I mean, I do, but I wouldn't have voted against it.
Gotcha, I gotcha, okay. If I missed anyone, does anyone have a concern? And if not,
I'll make a motion for the move demo of the garage.
thank you. Emphasis on move. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. See, Joe, I saved the best for last.
Yeah.
That's why you're towards the end.
Maybe you'll just be on the second page of the newspaper.
Love the humor. 20 Darrymore, Hardscape Pool.
Okay, now I've got you, Abby, Angus, and then who?
You've got,
Connie?
this is so confusing, Connie, and let's give Joe another one.
Okay.
I think he was up.
So it's Steve, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe.
There were some have to jump off, yeah.
Okay. It's not really a pool, it's more like a spa, but it's maybe 100 some odd feet off of Darrymore Road.
Is this a demo of a pool?
No, it's
Oh.
putting in a pool. No, I'm
Sorry,
not, I mean, you know, it's
forgive
just
me.
a hole in the ground you pour
We haven't
water in,
evolved
pour
to
money
that yet.
into, but there you go.
Thank you.
It's barely, it's more like a spa, let's put it that way, but in the bylaw, that's spa pool, small. There's 3 sections of it in the zoning bylaw. Fence around it, screening around it. Any of you who are familiar with the garage that's up now on, right on that corner, and the screening that the garage provides to the front of the house, and then there's some large trees which aren't going anywhere. There's also a privet hedge, and it's towards the rear.
Okay. Holly, did you have anything on this in this area?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the original structure, you all actually have seen some changes to over the last couple of years. It's originally a 1970 cape, and then you all approved the garage in front. My main comment would be that the pool coping is a lot. Should be reduced at all, if at all possible. And I note that the fence, I think, is going to be on the property line, should be off. I'm not too sure what this hash.
There's already a privet there.
That's what this is, privet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would just, reduce that if at all possible, and with the fence that's being proposed along the front, because I think that will be visible, add some vegetation to it. So those are my comments.
Because there
Thank
is
you.
a 5-in-1, 6-foot fence up there already. We're just putting it around the pool,
Thank you, Holly.
tighter.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Holly.
Let's see. Okay, who'd like to go first?
I'm happy to go.
Angus.
I share the same concern about the coping. I would be in favor of this, with it being reduced to 2 feet around the perimeter.
Okay. Let's see, Joe?
I have no concerns due to the visibility that, which is enforced by the fence, the lack of visibility, I should say.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. Connie?
I also have no concerns due to the lack of visibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Just to reconfirm that there's vegetation from the road so that you don't see any of the fencing and so forth.
Well, as I say, there's already a 6-foot fence there, so it looks like the rest of
You
it.
do see the existing fence.
You see the existing fence,
It's it's this image.
and there's privet all over the place.
And there's horn beam planted along it.
Yeah, with our caveat.
Your caveat, they are not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Yep.
So Abby's motion is, I think I got everyone. Angus, did I get you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did. I remember now.
I didn't get you.
Yeah, it didn't get me. Abby, your motion is not visible time of inspection or thereafter? Okay.
And in perpetuity.
In favor of Abby's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Sorry, I'm jumping around on my little cheat sheet here. And I'm an aye. Okay, moving on. We
Who's
are-
on this one?
Hold on, just please let me keep some coherence here. I know it doesn't look like there's a lot going on in this little space here. So it's me, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie.
Okay.
43A Union Move-Off Demo Garage.
Now, I know there's some neighbors here. I don't want to get lost in the weeds here. The replacement structure, like a one-bedroom structure, I wasn't involved with that, but there was a replacement structure already approved. We're not here to talk about the new structure at all. It was approved, it expired, and then it was renewed by this board, I think, before the summer, Holly, somewhere in there. And there are the pictures of it up there, the replacement, the new structure. So I don't want to get into a long protracted discussion about the replacement structure. I do understand, because I had a conversation with Dale, Gary, the tree guy, a couple of years ago about this tree. And it is a town tree. It's not going to be touched. There are pictures of it right there. And the house is on piers because of that tree. So it's lifted off the ground like most of the houses on the left side of Union Street. And so it stays away from the tree roots. But the house has already been approved. The person didn't realize when he put the application in for the building permit for the new house that somewhere along the line, somebody missed the fact that he had to demo the garage. But when, I believe, reviewing the record, when it came in for the renew and when it came in the first time 3 years ago before it expired, there was discussion that, yes, the garage is going. I put all the stuff back in there, so it's all in the file, Sanborn maps and the aerials. But it was already approved as part of a 4181L, which was done some time ago. And the garage sort of missed a step when he forgot to come in, or whoever brought it in, forgot to come in with a demo of the garage, but you approved the house knowing the garage is being demoed. So a little ass backwards, to be blunt, but here we are getting rid of the garage. Now, trying to move the garage out of there, I don't think we can move it because of where it's located, because of that tree, because of Fayette Street, because of how narrow Union Street is. There's no way to go. So it's in here as a demo, and it doesn't have to do the demo delay and stuff like that, because it actually is a protected lot.
Well, it's not a dwelling, so.
And it's not a dwelling, it's just a garage. It was Ozzie Small's sort of workshop, paint shop thing.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand, and then I'll ask Holly to corroborate or correct. We've got an application submitted that was the prior small house that was to be in the same general area as this garage.
Yeah.
And that COA was, that structure was approved, and then that was renewed.
Yep.
So it's been going on for some number of years. Okay.
And he
Is that-
forgot, they just sort of missed
please?
this statement, this get rid
Holly,
of
is
it
that-
thing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This structure, this before you for a move-off or a demo should be for a move-off demo, in my opinion. This
Well, I have
structure.
move-off demo.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yep, no crosstalk.
This structure is actually shown on one of the aerials that Linda has provided. Thank you for that. There is an HGC survey on file. Of course, it says non-contributing because that was done in the 80s. If there was a new Form B done today, it would say it was contributing. This new structure was originally approved pre-2019. I say that, that's when our software was started. Then it was renewed in 2020 during COVID, and then recently it was renewed in 2024. I remember when it came in for 2020, and I do remember having a lengthy conversation about the structure that's before you, the garage. in addition to the new building and the tree, the town tree that's there. So I was wondering, I'm shocked that we didn't have an approval for the proposed move off / demo of that structure, or the structure before you, because that would have been one of my comments, especially in 2020. So I'm concerned on that. At the end of the day, you all do have an approval for a structure to replace it. I would highly recommend having this as a move off. I understand what Linda has said, but it would be nice to have, if that's the case, that the structure cannot be moved in situ to another location within the historic district, the island, then have somebody who moves these for a living verify that. But I would highly recommend the structure that's shown on a 1938 aerial that's before you to be moved versus demolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, are you here? You got anything?
Yep. Yeah, just quick comments. Of course, we'd much rather see this remain as just the garage. It fits in and it's part of the historic character of the neighborhood. If it has to be moved, I definitely think it should not be torn down. I think a building of this size could probably be quite easily moved. It might be a little awkward, but I'm sure it could be done in some form or other. So I'd make this a move only, not a demo. Thank you.
Okay. And would the abutters like to speak? Please approach. You want to get really up close to these mics, and when you hear yourself, you know it's working.
Reverberate.
And I don't want to talk about the house that's
Linda,
already been
please,
approved.
could you let the chair maybe facilitate the meeting?
And you all did receive.
Yeah, so we want to let you know, we did receive some written comments. Just so you're aware, we address here, our purview is not simply, but only the architectural elements and the location on the site, and primarily resolving on what's visual. Linda is correct to the extent that we do not, it wouldn't be anything of value to discuss the prior approval. It's been approved. Some of the members of this board didn't sit on it, but it is a valid approval. So the other structure is not something that we would be having a discussion about, but we welcome your comments. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. My name is Liz Coffin. I live at 47 Union. I'm about 35 feet, 40 feet away from it. And I've known it for 70 years. My problem, I need some clarification right off the bat. This says it's 43A. Now, the garage that is being potentially demolished, removed, is 43B. And is that different?
Yes, it's a 4181L,
Can we start again? Can we please start again?
but it is A.
Would you like to be recognized?
Yeah.
Linda?
It is a subdivided lot. One piece of it is 43, one piece of it is 43A. In the assessor's map, it is 43A, I believe, Holly, and that's what it is.
Okay.
Now, if there's a B involved, it would be the main house that it was cut off from. But I didn't see B, I saw just 43.
Okay, so I'm going to restate that. Through the process of a subdivision of the lots, there's an A and a B.
Well, maybe not a B.
Well, there's
There's an A.
There's two 43s. One of them has an A. But regardless, I think we're clear that we're all talking about the same structure. Right?
Right.
Okay, so I think that's the important thing here. We're not.
Okay, unfortunately, your maps show that I'm going to be talking about the garage on 43B.
I think we can acknowledge that we're all talking about the same garage, and whether it's and I'm not, it should be correct, but I can't tell you conclusively without having access to the registry of deeds, which I don't have the time to do at the moment.
No, I don't, let's not.
So-
But there's some technical problems which are going to have to be cleaned up at some point. And what I wanted to ask the board to do, because of the potential confusion, is to separate this application of a demolition, move off, from the renewal of the permit of the second house which has been piggybacked on top. Separate them out so that we can, because I think it's unfair to compare a 78-year-old historic structure to a 2024 prefab that would be moved on. It does justice to nobody, and it's very confusing. So I would like to have you separate out the demolition, move off, and the application to renew.
They are separate.
Linda, please, I'm not gonna tolerate it. So unfortunately, for purposes of what you'd like to accomplish, the motion to approve as submitted for the renewal of the small structure that would be in the location that the garage is located in currently was approved May 25th. That is not part of this application other than it was submitted as supplemental information for the board to review. It's not presented here tonight to be renewed. It's been renewed and it was submitted in the packet. I'm looking at the date right here. The application was received March 21st of 24, and it must have been, it was to be acted on by 5/25/24. It was, I don't see the date it was acted on. It's signed by the chairman. It was a motion to approve is submitted. Oh, it was the date of issuance of the COA was April 9th of this year. So just to clarify, that is not part of this application. The only thing before us this evening is demo move off of the garage structure.
Okay, fine. It's an automobile garage, and it was what I call purpose-built. And the interesting thing about it, it's been on the tax rolls since 1946. Now, that's just after the Second World War, and I don't know of many buildings, if any, that were built at that point. I think it's highly unusual, and I also think it's unusually significant because it's unique. It's unique to Union Street. There are no other garages on the face of the street, and there are none of this size. I think it was originally sited here. It's so close to the house at 35 that 45 that people get them confused. They think that one is attached to Mary Ellen Peters' house. So the only thing I could understand was Mrs. Small cited it there so that she wouldn't interfere with the tree. But it works beautifully, and it's 78 years old. It has a concrete foundation. So this means that if you can't move off the concrete, there will have to be a demolition, probably a hybrid of demolition and move off. But that's another problem. But the building itself is quite strong. It's in quite good condition. It's got 3 windows on all sides, which you don't see, because the face to Union Street is a double door which opens, and as it curves out, it's built so that it doesn't intrude on the sidewalk. And they're beautifully built. They have, the doors have what I call a double Z, wasted, so that they're reinforced, so that the stress of opening it won't shift the building or the doors themselves. It's all reinforced from the inside, is what I'm trying to say. It can be opened by one person, and it always contained a small car. And it has, I think I remember seeing it as a VW Bug. But today, it's got a Mini Cooper in it. It's actually an ideal little structure for that purpose. And, but it's unique to the street. There's no other garage on Union Street. And you don't find anything of this scale or until you come all the way up to the Union Street Inn. So the other thing is that it's got the 3 windows, it's got trellis work. I think it's a what I call a throwback to an arts and crafts little structure. And it's got a lot of charm. The way I know that is that the scale of it is such that the walkers, the pedestrians pay a lot of attention to it. And the children actually sort of get charmed by it when it's open. And it's because of its scale, it's the small size. It's got a lot of charm. The doors currently are dingy white. They should be returned to the earlier color, if you care about that, which is a black-green. And I've known it since 1956. The way I date it, as a matter of fact, because I was only 8 years old when I was walking past it. But in my family, they were talking about the formation of your commission, the Historic Districts Trust. So I've known it for a long time. Everybody that I know of walks past it, and I would heartily miss it. And I think it's not worthy of being destroyed.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Oh, yeah, but I just, Mary Ellen Peters was not able to come. She has a medical emergency, and she asked me to read something in her stead.
Okay, I do want to caution you guys, we do have some parameters, so we typically speak for no more than 2 minutes. So I want to move that along a little bit in the interest of fairness.
I'll make it really short.
Thank you. Just please identify yourself for the
My name
record.
is Dana Zaloom. I live at 3 Mulberry. I'm in a butter. And we've had a hard time being notified that any of this was going on. And with this recent application for demolition, never received it. I've talked to people about that, and it's very frustrating because it's part of what makes this process work. That being said, we're here tonight because if you are going to remove the garage, and I agree with Liz Coffin for everything she said, another huge concern is damaging the tree. And we don't know how you're going to remove the garage without jackhammering out the foundation. And I talked to Dave Shampoo tonight. He's unaware of any of this. And according to him and Dale, the studies that were done on the tree were really never reassuring to anyone that construction of this type or demolition of this type would not damage the tree roots. The tree roots are all the way out to the drip line of the canopy of the tree. Now, it encompasses so much more than you can see in these photos. And I fear for the tree. I fear for the death of this tree if you are to remove and demo the foundation of that garage.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, the HDC is not demoing anything. This is not something that the HDC is doing or sponsoring. We're a regulatory authority reviewing an application. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm Herschel Allerhan, 47 Union Street, not quite in a butter, but pretty close. I'm a little confused. I thought that this was part of a complete process, that when you accept one part of it, you're going to be dealing with the change of a look in the old historic district, we're not talking here about a normal place. We're talking about one of the main artways to get downtown. People are stuck, unfortunately, in the summer in their cars, looking at this area at moments at a time, not just going to drive right by. They're going to be looking at it. Now, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that is part of a whole process to change the look of the block. That there's going to be there's going to be asked for an extra driveway. The house on the corner is going to be turned around. So this is a part of a process of changing the old historic district, and I don't understand why they should get permission to do that. Now, I know you're not going to touch a question again about what you accepted before in terms of of putting in a new residence. You passed it. On the other hand, if they forgot to put in the demolition order, as far as I'm concerned, that issue is open again. Because if you're not going to pass the demolition, then you're not going to pass putting in the new house. I know you don't want to touch it, so I'll leave it alone, but you are responsible for it. The other thing I'm going to say, again, it's probably too late, but you should be knowing what you're doing. That residential area that you're putting in is so small, it's good for only one thing, short-term rentals. It's going to really devastate Union Street one more time, and you are responsible for those kind of results. So
I have to stop you there. You're way off.
I understand you're not part of your
No,
purview.
it's not, and you're speculating in a manner that is really unbecoming of the process. First of all, let's just say, to suggest that a small structure is only for short-term rentals, there are plenty of single mothers and fathers on this island who could benefit. And I believe when this came in front of the planning board, it was because the individual wanted to move into the smaller structure who owned the
Bigger one.
larger home. It was an elderly person. So I think as opposed to going down a road of
Okay,
speculation.
I'll take that back.
Excuse me.
Okay, but what about,
Excuse me,
all right.
Excuse me. As opposed to going down the road of speculation, let's stick to architectural elements and we'll move on from there, please.
Okay, I'll stay with it then.
Thank you.
Every change that they're asking for is going to be visible from the street. There's nothing hidden. Now, what about the rest of the questions that are being raised regarding an extra driveway and turning the house around on the street, on the corner of, on Union Street?
Not
When
touching.
does that come up for discussion?
We're not touching the
Linda,
house.
please, this is not your place. When you're finished, I'll respond to you.
Okay, well, all I'm saying then is it's not fair to look at it at one issue at a time. When you're finished, the whole block is going to change. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, but there are some corrections that need to be made. Holly, can you give me a better idea when the original small structure was approved? Was it 6 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago?
Probably 6.
I was assuming at least before or around 2019, because the numerical of the COA was in the 7,000 digits. And then the renew of that was in 2020. And then the subsequent renewal was in 2024. And for the benefit of the public, I'm reiterating what you all say, but usually when one board approves an application and you have a application before you to renew, you all usually just bless it because you're not wanting to take up a past board's, application. if that
Prior
makes any
approval.
sense.
Thank
Yep.
you. I appreciate it. So I'm very briefly going to address this concept of the initial approval of the small house and the driveway and any matters relating to this small structure that has been proposed. That, sir, was addressed from what Holly said, 2019.
I think it was before that. but
Or,
somewhere in there.
Linda, please, you're not helping us go through this process by interrupting. And sir, neither are you. From what we understand, the original approval of the small structure was sometime in 2019 or before. The relevance of that is when the decisions were made with respect to, if it's part of that application, which we're not reviewing tonight, the hardscape. For instance, the driveway, which you brought up, so I'm giving you the courtesy of a response that is informed so you understand that that is not part of what we're reviewing tonight. We are not reviewing it because there's a 3-year period before expiration. Within that 3-year period of expiration, any individual who has an approval for a certificate of appropriateness may approach the HDC upon application and payment of the fee and renew for 3 years, which has been completed at least twice. So they have a valid certificate of appropriateness for that structure and anything that it entails. What we're reviewing here tonight, and I don't know why the garage wasn't reviewed for a demo move off at that time, but I don't even know if I was here then. And I think many, if not all, of these members were not. But what we are reviewing tonight is an application to demo or move off the garage. Quickly, but to the mic. To the mic, please. For the benefit of people at home.
Eating popcorn. Maybe not now.
Did I break this? If you don't approve the demolition, then the whole
We're
thing.
well aware of what.
So it's just like a fait accompli then? You're telling me basically that because you approved what
Sir,
happened in 2019?
No,
you approve this?
No one said that we have to approve this. You're reading into what I said. What I said is that the small structure is approved. It's not a topic of discussion tonight. However, I didn't say that because it was approved that we have to approve this. That you're supposing. There's no fait accompli involved. We have an application in front of us. We're going to determine on the merits. Okay?
Yes, but what do you consider to be the merits?
Please sit down and we'll go through what the merits are for you. Thank you. No, we're done with public comment. We're done with public comment for this evening. Thank you.
Do I get to just clarify something?
No, we're done with comments,
All right.
period.
The
We are
existing
going to
driveway.
examine what we have in front of us to make a determination. Thank you. Unbelievable. The board, again, is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie.
Yeah.
We've heard from Holly and Mickey, and does anyone have any questions for Holly?
I remember what Holly said. I don't remember what Mickey said.
Mickey?
I object, usual.
I'm sorry, did you ask me something?
Abby would like you to restate what you stated prior.
Okay, we said that we're not in favor of this. I think I said we would rather see the garage here remain because it's part of the historic character of the neighborhood. And if it has to be removed, to be not demoed, to make this a move-only application.
Thank you, appreciate it. Any other questions, Abby?
No.
Okay. Let's see, would you like to comment?
Sure, I could start. I think it's a shame that we didn't take this into consideration when we were first looking at it. I think that's pretty obvious. Because I'm not sure that if we were to demo this before we made the new design, we would have gone through with the new design. I think I would not be in favor of this now that 5 years has passed, that because of the streetscape and the things that we have talked about and the historic elm, I think I would not be in favor of demo.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Carrie.
Well, I personally can't remember a building being approved before the demo of the building that's in the way, ever. So this building might not be in the way of that other building. So why can't they both coexist? So I am not in favor of demolishing this only garage that is situated uniquely on the street.
Thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I echo what Abby and Carrie said. I would not be in favor also.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
I would not be in favor of demoing this garage.
Angus,
I agree with what's been said. It's a unique and valuable part of the streetscape. It meets the criteria for contributing structure in its location, and I wouldn't be in favor of a demo.
okay, now I've heard a couple of people say demo. I just want to be clear before we go any further. Are you saying
Or a move.
or move?
I can clarify mine.
Please.
I would not be in favor of a move demo.
Move demo, okay. And
Are we in favor of a move?
how about a move on the site?
It can't move on site.
Linda, please.
I'm just writing it down.
Well, speak in your head, please.
No, I think giving it its history and its siting and all of that goes along with the whole streetscape thing, so not even moving it on the site.
Okay, just looking for clarification so we all, because I've heard demo, not move on site. I just want to understand what it is we're talking about. So leave it where it is. Angus,
Same with me.
leave it where it is. Carrie,
Yes, and that does not mean you can't add to the rear of it with a new little cottage that has a garage in front of it.
gotcha. Connie,
Yes, I would not be in favor of a demo or a move.
okay. So Linda, you're pretty much got nothing with a demo or a move on this.
Clarification.
Yeah,
You cannot put another structure on this lot. It's too small, it would hurt the tree. So the new structure is going relatively where this garage is, only on piers to keep it up off the ground. So no, we cannot add to the rear of it because we'll be in violation of zoning all over the place. So the only way for it to be built the way you've approved it 3 times is for the garage to leave. Now, if you want to make a motion to move it off-site, and I can't move it off-site, and there are reasons why it cannot move off-site, I'd have to present that to Holly, obviously through staff, from somebody that says they can't move it because of where it's located. But if you're going to deny it, I'll appeal it, so go ahead and do it.
Linda, yeah, obviously, it's your right and your client's right to appeal. That's what we're looking at are the relative merits. The determination has been that the structure establishes character and setting for and amongst that streetscape, and that is the basis of not allowing it to be demoed or moved, and that is the basis of the denial. Is that a correct stating of our position?
Yes.
And Stephen, may I also?
Yep.
There's no forcing a decision by the HDC simply because the original applicant made a mistake of not getting the demo first and then doing the new building. So that is not our problem. They did not do the process in the right way, and we cannot be forced to make a decision because of their mistake.
As I said, Mr.
Linda,
Chairman, I want
please.
to have a closing comment here about that.
First of all, we're not closing anything yet.
Well, I'd like to have a comment before you vote.
Linda.
When you guys approved this 3 times, you knew that the garage was coming out because you couldn't do it any other way, and I happened to be in the room the first time it came in. I didn't handle the first 2. I was actually working with Diane because of that tree. So we had the tree guy come in there, and Dale said it had to be on piers, and the engineer came in and put it on piers.
Just please.
And you had to know that the garage was going to leave one way or the other in order to approve the house.
Linda,
It was discussed.
Linda,
Most of you weren't
Linda,
here.
Please. Carrie's comment is correct. However, like your comment, it's not germane to the discussion we're having right now. We are determining, and we have determined as a commission, that this structure contributes to the character and setting of the streetscape. And as such, it is not to be moved or demoed. And I believe that will be the motion for denial. I'm not going to muddy it up with other discussion. Carrie's comments were correct. Your comments, you can appeal if you want, but
We
they have
will.
nothing, I want to be very clear. They have nothing to do with our determination here this evening.
Well, the original approval does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
You can have the last word, it
We're not
doesn't.
going to agree anyway.
We have a
so-
motion on the floor. I think I made it.
You're the chairman.
That's a motion to deny.
The motion
to go
denied
to the
based upon the
streetscape.
reasons stated. Just to
Aye.
facilitate not having more discussion.
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Okay, we'll appeal.
Yeah, we're not looking
And
forward
you
to
won't
it.
win.
May I ask one question? May we appeal the original structure?
No.
No, there's
It's too
a
late.
period, a denial period. It's well past, sir. Okay. All right, it's 8:30, or it certainly feels like it.
Not
do you
yet.
write this on here?
I'll have to write it. I'm going to write it tomorrow when I have a chance to look at the meeting.
So what are we gonna sign?
Let's see here. 38 Cliff Road, new driveway. Linda.
Who's on it?
That's a good question. It's going to be me,
Joe.
Abby, Angus, Carrie,
And Joe?
and Joe.
Okay. Simple. Driveway, gave you pictures of everybody else's driveway. It's the same driveway everybody else has. There you go.
Okay.
Brick, cobble, grass, there you go. Shell, actually, like everybody else.
We appreciate the brevity. Holly.
And I
Thank you,
gave you all
Mr.
the
Chair.
pictures. Go for it.
Thank you. For the record, the house on the lot is a circa 1835 Greek revival. And I believe the owner also owns both structures along the front and the one in the rear. The existing curbing should stay in situ, so do not remove it. Flush it with the ground, with the road asphalt. Along with the existing brick sidewalk, if you look at the photos, which Linda was very good about, as always, providing, the apron should be in that same running bond as existing, as the walkway is. Obviously, this plan is helpful, but it doesn't give the required dimensions under 139-20.1 of the zoning bylaw, so I would recommend that. That would include the width of the existing sidewalk and then the residual to be a full 10 feet. It doesn't need to be, I don't think, that length in that's being shown. And with that, I would recommend a more detailed site plan showing those dimensions. But overall, I had no other concerns. Thank you.
And Holly, it's 10 feet from the actual road layout, which includes the part, that sidewalk, which includes
Yeah.
the 4 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, the last time I vocalized that, I got it wrong.
Yeah.
We were talking about one, and I was misunderstanding what you were saying, and yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mickey, does your group have anything?
I object.
No concerns really, but the plan shows gravel slash shell, and shouldn't we determine whether this is going to be gravel or shell, or how that's going to work out?
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, I left it
that
up
is-
to you guys.
That's going to be on our radar here. Thank you, Mickey.
Yeah.
Who would like to go? Again, myself, Abby Angus, Carrie, and Joe. Joe?
Of Holly's comments and with Mickey's comment, I think it should be shell, and
Okay.
the dimension plan details that Holly mentioned. Otherwise, I have no concerns.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Does anyone have a differing opinion? Abby?
So, I don't think there's any place else the driveway could go, so, but, I think, now, is the apron, brick, like coming off the sidewalk there? It's existing, okay, and then we just have to decide whether it's shell or gravel. I would probably go with shell.
Most everybody up there has shell.
Okay, so, Joe, how about a motion, and do we want to soldier course on the side, those brick at the apron?
Yeah, I think.
What's it doing on the, I'm sorry, Joe, to interrupt. As soon as it came out, I realized, Linda, do you have a picture of the other driveway opening
Yeah,
that
go to the
exists?
pictures. I've got every single driveway next to it.
Do you have the driveway to the right of it? as you're
Yeah, keep
facing the
going.
front?
There you go. Those are the two to the left.
Okay, so yeah.
And then the
strike-
run to the right is, I
Thank you,
think,
Linda.
below it.
Thank you. Strike my comment, Joe. The others aren't on their side.
I would make a motion to approve, unless somebody wants to comment further. that the apron be at least 10 feet deep and be the material shell.
And
dimensions.
retain the granite sunken at the street?
The curb?
Yeah, Hollywood suggested just drop that to grade.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
part of my motion.
Okay, and you'll write
dimensions.
that on the,
Sure.
Steve,
okay.
don't forget dimensions.
and yeah, dimensions.
Yeah. how
A
narrow
dimensional
can this
plan,
be?
Holly will review it.
I don't,
It's only going to fit a certain amount of space. It's not going to be bigger than probably
I'm
what?
just thinking about it encroaching on the house.
Yeah.
what is the width?
Well, why don't we set a dimension, guys?
Can we just say at least a foot away from the house so that
Yeah.
it's not going right up to the house? That's sort of not very
The brick,
historic.
just keep the shell off the house a foot, so you can do some planting. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and that's how it's drawn.
Yeah, they don't have it up against the house, they
Yeah.
got bushes.
So it'll be per the plan,
Yep,
shell versus gravel,
yep.
8 feet wide?
and
The granite curb at grade.
it's 10 foot, it's 10 foot deep, and whatever well, if you're driving down that and it's 8 feet wide, that's awfully thin to get down the town bylaw, I think, is
Where's the scale?
10 in a lot. Yeah,
10 to
12
12.
if it's a
Depends on what you
secondary
have,
dwelling
what you
for
have.
police and fire, yeah.
Yeah.
So 10 feet. You're good with that?
Yep,
Okay.
it looks like it is, there's a scale down here. It looks
All
like
right.
10 feet.
So on your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye on my motion.
Joe,
I'm an aye.
thanks, Joe and Carrie, hanging in there with us on Zoom. I know it's more difficult.
Aye.
Okay, Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Okay, we're still making some good headway here.
Tom,
Let's see, new pool, 17 Miller Lane,
the owner is here.
all right?
It's
How
a
are ya?
pool, it's, if you go to the site plan, it's kind of an interesting situation. If you go right there, right there, GIS, if you want to turn around, I'll explain it to you. Miller Lane ends way, probably 100 feet from this house. There is a ZBA permit on file because I did it, and when the Glowackies subdivided these pieces here, they didn't reserve the frontage for these two lots. And what's interesting is that the land bank then purchased everything beyond it. So in order to get to his house, you have to cross over an easement that is actually on the next door neighbor's property.
Okay,
So you're
can I-
driving across the front of their property to get to him because he has no frontage at all.
May I summarize to move this along?
Yeah,
The access and visibility is from a private easement.
from like 100 feet away from it,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Who
It's
would
in
like
his
to go
deck, it's
first?
in the deck as well, it's sort of encapsulated in the deck.
Yeah. Who would like to go first?
I can. Due to lack of visibility, I would make a motion.
Okay, hold on
Yeah,
one,
I'm not going to make a motion.
hold on one,
Who's actually sitting, Steve?
hold on 1 second, please. It'll be Connie
Well,
and
she's not in the
Joe.
room.
Connie's not here. She's right there. She was choking. My God, give the lady a
Choking.
break.
You're choking. Too much pizza.
You all right? That's the first question. Yes. Right? Okay.
So who's the other one?
That's
Joe or
important.
Carrie?
It's Connie and Joe,
Joe.
and I just want to see if anybody has a concern they want to voice. Anyone?
I have no concerns. I looked at this and I was a little confused by it, but then was convinced it's not visible from a public way after understanding it better. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So Angus, it looks like your motion is ready to be launched.
To approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you. On your
With the usual
motion?
caveats?
Yeah, not visible time inspection or thereafter. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
A no. For the record, Abby Camp is a no on a pool. I know this is.
Actually, can I abstain because I was
Okay.
doing this tonight.
Abstention. Let's see, Connie? Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are on to 7 Brewster.
You can go now.
Well, good evening.
Oh, I'm an abstain, see?
Okay, 7 Brewster, your board is myself, Abby.
Can I hold
Angus.
this for these guys to go? Their things are very easy. Because this may take a bit for you to review this. It's a big house in Monomoy, not visible from anywhere, but
Yeah, well, that's magnanimous of you, and I'll take you up on it.
Okay.
Let's see.
go.
So 46 Essex Road, Lot 3.
Essex floor.
It's a driveway. The board is myself, Abby Angus, Carrie, Connie,
Is that Andy? Hi,
and good evening.
how are you?
Hi, I'm Andrew Casper.
Hey, Andrew, when you see it up there, why don't you tell us what you got?
I subdivided my property in the back lot, lot 3. I would like to, actually I have already, I was unaware at the time I installed the driveway, so I need to get it passed.
This right here?
Yes, on the right-hand side of
Does
the
anyone have any concerns with this?
Could you show me
It's
that
this.
again?
Can we go back to the site plan? It's this driveway here.
That is correct, for the back cottage.
Okay. And what's the material?
Gravel.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
Is that drawn sort of askew because
That's actually the way it is.
it's actually the way it is?
You cannot see it from the street, the back portion of it, only the front, the entrance of the driveway. You will be able to see it with some pictures that
Any apron or anything like that?
asphalt 12-foot apron.
Okay, okay, got it.
Yeah, I think it'll just remain as it is.
Gravel.
This would need to be.
That will be gravel where you see the mouse.
Can-
I mean, I'm sorry, asphalt.
Can you make that asphalt?
Yes, asphalt, that will be,
Okay.
which has been approved by,
I think this one is really straightforward, guys.
I have no.
Really do
Sorry.
speak up into the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're very good at that.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Okay, is that your motion to approve is submitted?
Yes.
Let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
hi,
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Mr. Chair, just before we kill this in the as-built,
as built, there's a
Oopsie.
fee on it. Luckily, it's a small dollar amount to begin with, so I think the total will be $500.
Put her on your marine home tab.
Yeah.
can't do that.
You can
Thank
always
you.
come into the office and work it off filing.
Yes.
Yeah, wash some dishes.
Yeah, 2 minutes, that's a good one. I love it. 7 Brewster, we're holding on 7 Brewster. We're gonna go to, I'm sorry, which one are you again? Well, Linda, that's 3 of them.
and those are vows. And they're Val, are you gonna represent yourself? She's representing herself.
Nag is online.
Well, okay, but this is the only thing, before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Linda, you have said, please go ahead, but there's
And carried.
2 other people, there's 3 other people before we get to Mantuck.
I'm 9 orange, and that's just reducing the set of stairs.
So that's one of them, and then you are 17, you're
Carrie about Winona.
7 Brewster.
Does Carrie want to go forward with Winona?
Well, hold on a minute. Jesus. Carrie,
I think we should just quit now.
do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, what?
Do you have a timeline associated with Winoma that you need to get that heard tonight?
No, you can go ahead.
I mean, if you do, you do. That's,
No, I don't. I'm okay.
okay, okay. Okay, great. So.
As long as if I'm early on the next one, I'm not putting the back of the line for the next one.
Right. No, yeah, there'll be a couple before you, but.
Okay, thank you.
It'll take me 3 minutes to do 9, because you've already approved it.
By the time you get back, we'll have time to go.
Yeah, but the issue with 9, who's the board on 9?
Hold on, Linda, please.
I just
All
want
right.
her to be heard.
Dick I was already,
Linda, you are going to do 7 Brewster or you're not?
No.
Okay,
I'm gonna do
hold on
9.
then, please. Carrie's going to pass 50 Winoma. That brings us to 9 Orange Street. You're going to do 9,
Yeah.
Steve is 9 Orange Street.
Yeah, it's like 2 seconds. You've already approved the addition.
Linda,
It's
is-
going up.
Is Steve here?
He's here,
Okay,
but
can
this
we
has to do
please-
with me.
Let's see what Stephen has to say.
Okay.
Stephen, 9 Orange Street.
Who's the board? Oh, we just lost Angus. So it's everybody else.
Linda's good, Steve, go ahead.
Okay, Steve, your board for 9 Orange is myself, Abby, Carrie, and Joe, and Connie.
Connie.
And you can please proceed.
Well, like Linda said, Steve, it's just a small revision. Holly recommended a door change to the rear access, so we agreed with her style of door. And the zoning board of appeals asked us to redesign the steps to get them out of the setback. That was it.
That's it.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any concerns? Holly?
I support this application, but for the record, this is the P-leg cog shell contributing structure, and I appreciate Stephen's application before you. No concerns.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
I don't see him anymore.
Okay. Any other concerns? How about a motion?
motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to 3 Nantucket. Good evening.
Good evening. Wow. God bless you all.
You can watch this, at home if you want. We are looking at the main house. Is that correct? Demo move building 1. Whatever it is, it's number 1. Why don't you go ahead and kindly direct staff to where you want to be as you go.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long time since I've been in a HGC meeting, so excuse me if I don't do things correctly. My husband and I are working on selling this piece of property, and we're trying to get these demo permits just to make the property to be a little bit more appealing for someone who may want to buy it. Not my choice, but the way of Nantucket nowadays.
We're on the move demo outbuilding 1?
Yeah.
Yep.
1. And you're good for your presentation at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Who's sitting is, for all of these, would be me, Abby, Angus. Joe and Carrie and a waterfall. Okay. And that'll be for all 3 of these, if these carry on past tonight. Please note that. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I know the owner is aware of this, the property that's before you, a lot of these buildings moved from what was New Street, but now 1 Nantucket. And these structures do have old HGC surveys on file. For instance, one of them was the William Broughton House, which was surveyed to be circa 1960, and there's a couple other structures that have moved on the lot. None of this information and all the surveys are available, at our office as well as on our GIS. None of them were included in the application for any of these, and I think it's pertinent to the discussion, understanding, the property is going to be sold, but these are contributing resources that are on the lot. And with that said, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different surveys that are associated with this front lot, and I didn't know which one went to what, and I think it's important for the file and the record. I believe one structure was moved here from town, I think, a long time ago. Again, and at the end of the day, I'd rather see structures moved versus demolished. These are contributing resources towards the local and national historic district, so thank you.
Okay, thanks. Before we go any further, I have a question. My understanding was that the structure we're looking at currently dates back to 2006.
That's when it was moved onto the property.
That was when it was moved from 1 Nantucket to
Okay.
3 Nantucket.
Okay, and do we know how old the structure is?
That one's approximately 1978, 1980.
Okay.
I have different surveys here that are all associated with William Broughton. Some of them are 1975, some of them are 1960. I think there's another one that was 1938. Again, it would be nice to have this clarified, which one's which. I think there's yeah, so that was my main.
I have a
Okay,
thought
thanks,
about
Holly.
this.
Abby, go ahead.
So this looks like something we might be able to view and maybe give us an opportunity to find out the history of some of these little buildings and make sure we're not doing something, that we'd, like we just happened. So I would be a little more, it looks like a big project. It's something we should probably take seriously and go out, have a view, get the histories. That's what I'd be more comfortable with.
Okay, thank you, Abby. I agree with you. I think it would be, I'm just going to say it because it's, we're getting towards the end of the meeting. Unless anyone wants to weigh into these when we don't have enough information, we'll carry forth the board, which is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Joe. Alternate would be Connie. And we'd be asking for, through your agent Val, to pin down a date on the site plan for these structures. I'll kind of forecast. I don't have a concern with any of these particular structures. I think they're certainly all small enough to be relocated. I think we certainly want to do our due diligence and know the dates. And if there's something that's, in 1950s, we may want to have some discussion on it. But
Right, yeah.
if it turns out that it isn't, then that's a different matter altogether.
May
Does
I
any,
s- oh,
wait a sec, do any of the board members have a concern with generally approaching this in that way? Who are sitting? Joe?
I have what's been said. I was going to motion to hold for more information. And actually, it might be worth mentioning, I think, for the benefit of the applicant, that if this is the largest structure, there's 787 square feet, 856 and 383. These are nice small footprints and they seem like perfect buildings for moving, and getting more documentation, I think, would generate some interest from the public as well. And I think that will go a long way.
Yeah.
Having
So
floor plans of the structures, if there are any that the applicant could provide with the application, would be a huge help. If there's anything on file at the building department, to include them with the application, I think would also help to answer some questions that potential recipients might ask if they were looking to move one of these.
This could be older.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So yeah, some additional information, as Joe outlined, would be very helpful, and I think it'll help move this along. So it will be more information, which Val will be aware of, and a view, as Abby suggested. Is that your motion, Abby?
Yes. Sorry.
And
Yes.
it would be for Tuesday next week, subject to Val getting things in by Thursday at noon.
Okay.
When I say things, she needs to
She knows.
whip off some floor plans that exist, include them in a supplemental along with maybe the property, the surveys, the property record card, and annotate the site plan with the date she believes the relative structures, the respective structures were originally constructed, irregardless of being on that lot. Just
I can get the
dates.
aerials from 57, which will show
Yeah.
where these things were originally.
Yeah.
When you do take the viewing, because ever you go to Sconset, look at the driveway width and look at the trees, because they have hardwood trees, and they have old growth hardwood trees that unless they cut them up and they're too small, they'll be difficult to get down. So just look at the whole setting when you're there.
That is a good point, and we will consider that, please, folks. Abby's motion was that. Abby, on your
Yeah,
motion?
yes, that's my motion.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie? Oh, Carrie, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Is that for all three or just the one?
All three. Sorry, it's been a long night, I just. Okay, do we have minutes we need to approve?
Yes, the 14th, and then review 21st, but I didn't.
I don't believe so.
So the 14th.
If we can get those
Do we have a
approved.
motion to approve the minutes of May 14th?
So moved.
Okay, let's see. Abby on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
I'm abstaining, I wasn't here.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
I wasn't at that meeting either. I looked back to see.
Joe?
Aye.
And I abstain. Okay, so that carries 2 abstentions. Stephen and Angus. Thank you. Oh, this is. Motion to adjourn. Connie, do you have a John McLaughlin for us? Thank you, John. We'll do who's here. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?